7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you're listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program, a program that solicits your involvement for participation due to the lack of quality of the people hosting it. Doug, you can call in 314-974-0101. You can text in 314-399-9646. You can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. And then you go to YouTube.com/TMASTL. And I don't know why I give the web address like it's 1999, but I do. But you get to YouTube app, and then you just go to the TMASTL channel. You subscribe to it, and the next thing you know, there we are, cute as the Dickens. And then friends have gathered to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra chat. So there you go.
Okay.
So many different ways to participate.
All right. They're there chatting now, are they?
Yeah, Jake Reynolds, Paulo Linney's Gold Tooth, Tunneling Gerbil, Michael Sturgeon, Run TMC 50, John Scores.
Okay. Tunneling Gerbil is there, though.
Got there early today.
All right,
It was fun.
good.
It's fun to see him there early.
Who would want that name? Tunneling Gerbil.
I doubt that his family, the surname Gerbil, wanted to give him that, but that's the name that honored their heritage. I think he's Tunneling Gerbil the Fourth.
So that sounds German almost. Gerbil.
That's correct.
Yeah. And Tunneling Gerbil.
Gerbel.
Okay.
Doug Gerbel. From the Dusseldorf region, I believe.
Now it's starting to make sense to me.
Think there's anyone on the planet named Gerbil? Hey, Bob, how are you? It's Bob Gerbil over here. We just call him Gerbil.
Probably.
Do you
Probably
think?
so.
John Perchmore did a segment where he would pull out the phone book and just flip it open, and he would point, and whatever it landed on, he'd call them and say, "Hi, John Perchmore. Hi. We do a thing called Everyone Has a Story. Can we come by your house?" And people would say, "Well, sure, come on over." And he would sit down and say, "So where was your mom and dad? Where are your grandparents?" And they would always tell a great story.
How about that?
It's kind of like your sound story where everybody has something in their history, family-wise, that's interesting. So I'm going to open a phone book. Jackie, get me a phone book,
Little
please.
Jackie Papers.
Wait, Willie, find a gerbil, please.
I see 5 reported last names of gerbil.
Gerbil.
3 in America, 1 in Canada, 1 in England.
But none of their first name is Tunneling.
Well, you never know.
Yeah,
That might be
exactly.
their nickname.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's like Oil Can Boyd.
Dennis was his name.
86 Red Sox. Bill's Holes wants to know where's the Blues Oil watch party tonight, and he thinks it's in your boy dungeon. That's in the YouTube chat. Doug, are you having a watch party tonight?
I
for
am
the Blues
not.
and Oil.
I don't have a dungeon of any sort. Certainly don't keep boys down there. I will be watching a game, but I will not be hosting any other boys.
Well, what an optimal day for those who enjoy sports viewing. Cardinals and Pirates at 11:35 in St. Louis as the Cardinals try to take 2 of 3 after beating Paul Skeens last night. And then you can watch live from the Masties as you build your 150 rosters in advance of the festivities in Augusta, Georgia. And why, once you finish, you head on over to FanDuel Sports Midwest and Doug's Boy Dungeon for the Blues and Oil watch party. Let's go Blues.
I don't have to build 150 rosters, do I? Would that take hours and hours to do that?
With Jackson's algorithm that he's built, I just enter in my weights of players, and then they spit out the rosters. I upload them, and then I prepare to enjoy millions of dollars in ROI on Sunday at about 6 o'clock.
Has that worked well in the past?
No, I'm super upside down, and I'm looking at a 5th mortgage.
Okay, 5th after your recent loss to the Arenado trade.
That's correct. That's correct.
Well, I guess you're never going to win that money back if you don't keep playing.
That's exactly right. That's what the sharps say.
Right.
Sounds like 5 a.m. pulling the slot lever. Gotta keep trying.
So, Doug, it's an optimal day of sports viewing. I need to know what happened with the Dallas Stars and Vancouver Canucks. Those are words I haven't said too often in my life. But are you doing any scoreboard watching for this Blues playoff run?
I didn't because I'm satisfied that they're in now.
I saw the Canucks win in overtime.
Did you see the Canucks were down going into the 3rd period, and then they rattled off 5 goals in the 3rd period? 5 goals.
3 in the last minute of the game.
I mean, what in the world? They were down 3-0 going into the third, and they, as Doug noted, down 5-2 following a goal with about 2.5 minutes left, and then they scored with a minute left. These were nice intervals, by the way, with a minute left, with 30 seconds left, and with 7 seconds left, and then they won in overtime.
To pick up a couple points. And so they are now, how far behind the Blues? There's still, what, 6 points behind the Blues?
8, according to my index. Tim, I don't want to have a dueling index.
Yeah, I think your index is different than Doug's this
We did the
morning.
math one. Vaughn index is 93 for the Blues, 85 for the Canucks. Yeah, so they're still 8 points back. It's no big deal.
They have 4 games remaining, and so I would imagine Minnesota would have preferred that Dallas could have closed that out up 3 with a minute left. Would have loved to have known what my live betting would have been had I been watching that. Again, Martin, if you don't keep playing, you can't make your money back.
Just keep chasing it. You want to chase the game, chase the win.
Right. That's what all the greats say.
Tim's like, honey, can we just swing by St. Gabe's? There's a 5th grade tournament.
Yeah, check a look.
I just got the line. If we could, we got a chance to. There's only a chance to win our money back.
Yeah,
over at
Funko's
Gabe's.
officiating, and he's gonna keep
Give you a
the
little
players in
nod.
check. Blues and Oil tonight. That's 9 p.m. Jackson, you have a gerbil up on the middle screen today, so I can't just go to my usual puck.
It is.
Look,
Wow, there
it's
is.
a little
Holy
gerbil.
smokes.
Yeah, it looks like a friendly little
Is that
gerbil.
on the YouTube?
That's a
Can you see
rabbit.
that in any way? Looks like a gerbil
It's
to
a
me.
rabbit.
And then there's also a pygmy hippo. Look how cute that thing is.
Yeah.
Moo
Yeah.
dang.
Need one of those.
Today is Pygmy Hippo Day.
There you go. See, and
different.
it actually does say that. Happy Pygmy Hippo Day.
What page is this?
I don't know, but I just went up there to look at the Puck Drop pregame show, and I saw a gerbil. So it's going to happen to the best of them. I know Puck Drop's at 9 p.m. As John Kelly noted when he was with us yesterday, this is not a FanDuel sports game. This is
I think he said don't watch.
Yeah, he
kind of
instructed
implied
people.
that, I would say.
I see that Canucks comeback. First time in NHL history a team has overcome a 3-goal deficit in the final minute of the game.
How about that? Blues had a huge comeback against the Leafs like 25 years ago. I feel like that was the
but
all-timer.
not in the last minute.
Right. So you got the Blues and the Oil tonight. In addition to that, for Blues scoreboard watching, Sharks traveling to Minnesota and Calgary traveling to Anaheim. So 5 games going on, and 3 of them have material impact on the Blues situation. So we're going to have a lot more information with only a handful of games remaining for all 3 teams, and the Blues could find themselves officially in the playoffs with a win tonight. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine. And I will be watching, but not in any sort of dungeon.
Calgary could win out. If they did, that'd give them 97 on the Vaughn index. That means the Blues have to do a little work. So you got to keep grinding, Doug. Don't take anything for granted.
Yeah, I think if we break even the rest of the way, you get 2 wins, you're going to be in. You're going to clinch it, right? 2 clinches.
Lose tonight, you get a little tight.
Start to get a little nervous, and it'll be a tough game because Edmonton's very good.
Yeah.
But if we can just get hot again,
What?
we can win this baby.
Hold on.
Now, we were hot. We won 12 in a row. And when I say we, I mean the Blues, because we're all part of the organization.
Right.
3 to go, Edmonton, Seattle, and Utah. If you win one of those, 2 points will probably get you in. 4 definitely get you in. 4 clinches it, right? I believe it does. Crowdsourcing.
Yeah, that was crowdsourcing.
I believe 4 would clinch it.
Morning, boys. Blues game starts at 10 for me tonight. Got to get a nap in today, like all the olds down here in Southwest Florida. Let's go Blues. That's Sharon and Clayton, but it sounds like it's Sharon and Sanibel still. So even though the weather is warming up in the St. Louis area, Sharon remains in Sanibel.
And the olds are napping?
Yeah, Southwest Florida. Jackson, you spent some time in Southwest Florida. Would you say the olds napped?
Yeah.
Don't laugh about it.
You just mocked a nap.
It was certainly an older crowd. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
I would rather go to bed a little earlier at night and not nap.
I share Doug's view.
Fort Myers is a place for you.
Okay.
I thought you said the olds were napping.
Napping and going to bed early.
Wow, both of them?
It's a vicious cycle.
I don't think Sharon being in Sanibel should stop her, though, from telling us where the Blues players live. I mean, we still have information we need on this show.
Right.
And the audience deserves to know.
I want a map of the Stars' homes in St. Louis.
Caller Ellen is requesting drops. She says now would be a good time to play the Drop by Doug. I have a boy dungeon in my house.
I haven't got one.
Jackson's working on this monitor where the gerbil was, and now it has been removed. So Blues and Oilers pregame here on 101 ESPN, 8 p.m. Puck drop, 9 p.m. Doug, that's what you got. And then coming up, the Blues and Kraken on Saturday. That'll be the last road game. Pregame 8 p.m. Puck drop 9 p.m. Back home in St. Louis for the Utah matchup, which will be a puck drop of 7 p.m. And then will it be the Jet? Will it be the Star? Will it be VGK? Will it be the King? We will wait. We will wonder. And we will be rewarded as the Blues begin their quest for 16 wins, 6 years after hoisting the Chalice. And once again, the Parade Down Market scheduled for June 14th at noon. June 14th.
I have a boy dungeon in my house. I don't.
Yeah. I will say Dallas had a shot at winning the division. They've kind of tanked, including that collapse last night. Now, Ottinger was not in net, but that collapse has cost them. I think Winnipeg just about locking up the division, Doug, and Vegas just about locked up the Pacific. So you know if you're the 7, the 8, you know where you're headed.
Yeah.
Jets are 4 points up on the Stars. VGK 6 points up on the Kings. So there is your rundown of the festivities as the Blues and Oilers will play in what is essentially at this point, the Blues have really been in playoff mode since the Four Nations. They couldn't afford not to be. I'll be intrigued to see how they play tonight. Sans. Do you mind that, Doug? Sans, Dylan Holloway.
Means without, right?
Because was that a case of being tired, or was that a case of starting to see the effect of not having Dylan Holloway there to tell the guys to take their shirts off?
Oh, it is kind of amazing that after a miraculous streak of 12 wins in a row, just with one loss after that, we think, uh-oh, are we going to get in? That's what it took to get to a spot where you have just a tiniest bit of breathing room. You had to win 12 in a row, and that's what they did.
Take your shirt off.
I'm not going to. It's unrelated.
I don't know about that. You got Jobu? Would you say Jobu's related?
Yeah, a little bit, I guess.
Good for you.
We're going to ask Rivers where he got the shirt. He wore a T-shirt on the air that night, but it was Jobu.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's on board.
Okay.
But they lost, and it's hockey, so you're superstitious. So that means you got
off.
Jamie Rivers needs to take his shirt off because it was a Jobu shirt, and they lost.
Probably everyone on the broadcast team should do the game topless.
Clip that off. You're having a big 7 o'clock
How long
hour.
has Doug
I
been
like
on this show? It's finally gotten to him, Tim. It's finally gotten to him.
Yep. I think he started, was that September of 2007, Doug, that you started on the show?
Yeah, I'm damaged goods at this point.
Design Air is where you can vent the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. If you have any issues with your HVAC, go to DesignAirService.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and they are the longest-running sponsor on this long-running program. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. I just opened up my app, Sweet Mother of Mercy. I was about to rave about the weather. It says chance of flurries in the next hour. The hell am I looking at? That's what it says. It says it's 41 degrees, feels
Possible
like
flurries.
32, chance of flurries for the next hour. What the hell's going on?
I don't know.
I'm in boy shorts.
Oh, no.
Can you be in boy shorts when it's snowing?
I wasn't planning on it. This is news to me.
Same here, buddy.
Yeah, right here.
We got a high of 65 today, so it's not going to last long.
This is very Denver-esque.
Yeah.
Maybe it's foreshadowing the Blues and Avalanche in the Western Conference Finals?
Yeah, I think that's unrelated.
I would like that.
But what
You
do
would
I
like
know?
that? Wouldn't that be pretty good? I mean, if you could look for...
to do that, you'd have to play, what, Vegas first?
Right.
Go
then
through
you, then
that
you go,
side.
Then you go through the oil or L.A. Would you go on the road with the team? Or are those days over? I ask respectfully to the industry.
I think the early rounds we'd probably observe, go to Doug's for a watch
You
party.
observe and then you go to the watch party.
He didn't say we wouldn't go. He said we'd observe. That's very nice.
Well, maybe that's what's bugging a viewer because I have a Post-it note at my desk. Now, we get a lot of grievances on this show daily. Constantly.
Yeah. It's a matter of
kind of
fact.
figured
It's every 3 seconds.
So I have a Post-it note on my desk yesterday, and it said, caller, had the person's name. It said, is mad, wants to talk to you with a complaint, but your voicemail is full. So I said, is he mad because the voice? No, they said he's mad and wants to call in with a complaint. But on top of that, my voicemail at work is full, and I don't know how to get to my voicemail.
Yeah, I don't know how to
I
get
have
mine
not
either.
figured that out yet in
There's
the
a
last
special
5
code.
years.
Yeah.
So maybe in advance, Tim, they're complaining just because we'll sort of observe the first round. And maybe they're thinking ahead and saying, you need to be there. I'm going to call this guy today. I need to find out.
Maybe he'd like to join us.
What is the beef?
Right. When you get done with a sportscast, if you get back to your desk and the phone is ringing, do you pick it up?
I was told as an intern, Doug was at WTMJ in Milwaukee, the NBC affiliate.
I don't know where you were.
Kevin Hunt was kind of the wacky sports guy, would always do the wacky videos. And my first day as an intern, he said, a little tip here. Don't ever answer the phone if you just got off the set.
Right.
He said they never call in and say, oh, that was funny. That was great. He said, don't pick it up. So they played a prank on him that he told me about. When he did his first show, he did like wacky, and nobody likes it the first time. They all hate him. And he came back, and one of the guys that worked there had the phone. He's like, I know. Yeah, well, screw you. And that goes on this huge rant and like MFs the caller and then pauses. My name, Kevin Hunt, and hangs up. He used the guy's name. And now this guy's first day on the air looked over and said, why would you do that? Like, it was a bit. It was nobody on the line. It's a great little bit, Doug.
It's a nice
if
bit.
you're over at Channel 4 tonight and one of the kids get off the air, you can do that.
Okay.
You have one new message.
Yeah, Doug Vaughn. My name is Miss Butler, and I'm calling in reference to the comment you made, I think it was about a week ago, concerning Randy Moss maybe coming to the Rams. I didn't appreciate your little comment. You keep your personal comments to yourself or to your homeboy.
I like the fact it was a week ago and she was just getting to it. It really had her hopping mad. And a week later, she's like, I better address
Give it
that.
to my homeboys.
Have you kept things to your homeboy since?
I have, yeah.
Never
Very tight-lipped now.
answer the phone.
No.
Just in general, just don't answer the phone.
Because if it's just one person calling to complain, it means absolutely nothing. If it's 15 or 20, you probably did something wrong.
Well, if a game is supposed to be on and it doesn't air, or on a Sunday if we happen to have a crappy NFL game, in addition to Corey Miller tweeting about it, people call the assignment desk, and then the assignment desk is sort of like a toll booth. They just pass them right on through.
Right.
So you're sitting there on a Sunday at your desk all day.
Miss Butler is the greatest. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood, and he was the greatest in 2023 because he was the TMA listener of the year, and we got to hear from him yesterday, detailing how he watches people get carryout from Biggie's. Doug, and you can call in and share your stories of where you like to watch people get carryout from. Any particular places that you enjoy? Maybe Fuddruckers? I know that's close to you.
It's gone now. It's now a rally house. But I haven't really been to Biggie's ever. I need to go.
Yeah, steak sandwich will do you right.
No,
Is that right?
Steak sandwich will do you real nice. Like.
Okay. But apparently it's more fun to watch people come and go from there than to actually eat there.
That's correct.
It must be a good restaurant.
It's delicious. David.
I guess that could be part of their marketing plan. People come here just to watch us leave.
The food is so good. People are just watching people come in and out. I don't know which call was better, Will Clark or Chairman Steve. It was
Will
probably,
Clark was glorious yesterday. If you missed that, go back and podcast that Schaefer Door Company podcast. Will Clark, the surprise guest. And Martin, I think it lived up to the billing.
I had a lot of people texting me. We have a lot of industry listeners, people that are in the industry texted me yesterday saying, oh, my
Who
God.
in the industry?
Well, Ben Boyd, for one.
Ben Boyd, friend of the show. Doug, he used to clip our wires when we'd be on remote with
He
tin
did
snips.
10 snips he had. It would knock us right off the air.
The great Ben Boyd works for the Cardinals. I was texting BJ Raines in Boise, loyal listener of the show.
Yeah, he is a loyal listener to the program.
One of my colleagues was looking to talk to his dad about something Cardinals related. And then BJ said, when do I get to be the surprise guest? I said, it's a long list. Jackie knows. We've got a couple people in the hopper.
There's nothing worse than a comfortable media person.
I think my favorite part of Will was I didn't tell him it was a surprise. I just didn't feel like he would play ball with all. I just thought it's easier just to book him, and he booked himself. He actually texted me Monday and said, I will call at 10 tomorrow. And I said, okay. But I said to Jackson, it's a little awkward because we do have this bit and this open, and he doesn't know what it is. So I texted him like a minute before and said, by the way, the other guys don't know you're coming on. We just kind of do this thing. And I love the fact he said, I wore the same number and had the same last name as another first base. He like immediately came up with that within about 60 seconds to give you guys the hint. as Doug was guessing Will Clark,
Yeah, I recognize
he had
the
a little
voice
hint
after
for
one.
you
Did you really
boys.
recognize
After the second time he started talking, I did. Yeah.
Thrill Fan 22, who I guess is actually named after Will Clark, and this was not changed in the last 24 hours. Number one at 7:01 said, I just don't like to read the positive ones, want to try to keep the brand going. TMA is my favorite part of the day, I'm just saying. But then at 7:19 said, what the F, are you serious? Will Clark, my all-time favorite? How can I hear? Well, I'm gonna tell Thrill Fan 22 about the magic of podcasting. And you go to the TMA STL app or TMASTL.com, and courtesy of the wonderful people at Schaefer Door, you can go to the segment. As a matter of fact, the interviews throughout the day on 101 ESPN, they're carved out, Doug.
Carved out.
And so yesterday you'd have John Kelly from Edmonton, and you'd have Will Clark, and you just hit play, and the next thing you know, you're listening to probably a 20-minute conversation with us and Will Clark, and it was a delight. Today, the Stiefel dossier, for those of you who will not be able to listen live, you're in for a treat. Number one, Jamie Rivers, 9 o'clock from Edmonton. And then how about this? This guy is just the best interview, time in and time out. Adam Wainwright on the program at 9:30.
Oh, yeah.
That'd
be great.
Uncle Charlie. Jackson, they called him Uncle Charlie.
It's because of the old,
curveball.
Snapdragon, yeah.
Yeah. He is such instant offense. If you would walk in the clubhouse and you were just working on a story.
Yeah.
When it was Mike Shannon's birthday, and I was looking around like, who could play ball here? I think Schilt might have been the manager. I'm like, I needed somebody who had been around.
Yeah, and it was tough. Once Felipe Lopez left, we lost all the sound bites.
And I said to Wainwright, I said, you got anything on Mike Shannon? He goes, I got a little impression. I said, do you really need to do Mike Shannon for me? He was instant offense. He's the best. And I think he just did an event with Joe Buck at the Symphony within the last month or two.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And so lots to get to.
I see on my podcast feed, Holly Randall hasn't updated hers for today, which irritates me. But Martin, I see on my podcast feed, you have a Kilcoyne conversation with Joe Buck. That's in my queue. It's in my queue.
It is the TV video, segment we have, but it's the full audio. Sometimes in TV we have clips and snippets, but this is the full Joe.
22 minutes.
Yeah, sit
I'm
down.
looking forward to listening to that.
Thank you.
We have Spread Zone coming up today where Little Jackie Papers is making people money. Are you going to appear on this Spread Zone?
I don't believe.
Wow, Doug. This guy makes people money and then he bolts. Nobody wants to hear from me, Riz, or Stalter. They want to hear from the guy who's making them money.
Yeah, but
Lack of hoop rock. There it is.
Round ball is where I really excel.
But you hit your 7-iron 142 this past week.
Precisely. And so I don't think...
You don't think there's going to be any guys out there tomorrow hitting a 7-iron 142?
Not on purpose. Maybe if they're
Get up in the wind or something.
mud ball or if they're on the pine straw. Bryson might hit a flighted 54 degree that far.
Yeah, it's tight.
But no, I don't believe so. I love the Masters, but I don't know if I'm the man for... I just recently found out Max Homa is in a down spiral.
Oh, God, yeah. His
He's
caddy left him.
I know.
His
I was
caddy
like, oh.
left him.
I read
He
that
didn't
this
fire
morning.
The caddy. His caddy left him.
It felt awful. I was like, oh, my God.
He's like, I'm out of here.
That's a tough spot. They're like best friends growing up, and it was getting rough. So the caddy
really
left him,
rough.
and now that caddy's caddying for Justin Thomas this week because his caddy's got hurt. But yeah, we have Spread Zone for the Masters coming up, and then I was debating if this was a good TMA guest, and I erred on the side, Martin. My main interest at this point is really kind of probability, but I guess it sounds like I'm gambling on everything when in reality I'm putting $10 on crap just for entertainment. But is golf, but I leave it off of this program. So I'm going to bring it to the Tim McKernan Show podcast today. For golf fans, this is a guy that people will be incredibly intrigued to hear because he is... Trey Wingo, I saw, was tweeting about him yesterday. And on Live from the Masters on the Golf Channel yesterday, they were discussing him. He's a University of Missouri guy, and he is synonymous with golf data, especially for those of you building out Masters lineups or in Masters pools, as I know a number of people are. His name is Justin Ray, and I'll be interviewing him at 11:45. I think he would have done this program, but there is a visceral rage to any conversation about the game of golf. My master's thesis, of course, because I'm not running for office, I will say it, is more of a socioeconomic thing because we talk about all kinds of nonsense here, but any conversation even about 4 days that engulfs many sports fans' interest. It has a visceral negative reaction. So I will leave it to my podcast, and we'll be interviewing him at 11:45. I'll be curious who he is on, other than the obvious of Scheffler and McIlroy. So that'll be on the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Spread Zone, which Jackson is not participating in, even though he just went 14-2 in the NCAA tournament. I'd be curious who you're on, because you're on a heater.
Would Barrett say he always leaves the audience wanting more? Recharge batteries and such.
You can get better at teasing.
And get better at teasing. Probably best. I leave him on a high note,
Okay. So people be looking forward to your next appearance, which will be when? For the Kentucky Derby.
NBA playoffs?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, maybe the NBA playoffs.
Yeah.
That might be a solo edition of the Spread Zone.
Solo pod.
Solo pod.
A lot of people on their phones over there. What's that, Jackie? Yeah, keep going.
10,000 views in an hour. Yeah.
Tim, what percentage of the TV coverage of the Masters, Thursday through Sunday, do you think, in all honesty, you would consume? Is it like 70%?
If I have a variety of things on my dossier, which is not sponsored by Stiefel, it's just my own individual dossier. If I didn't, I would probably watch about 80% of it. Honestly, and I'm talking about
ESPN starts
the
first.
coverage and the live from the Masters, and then some of the podcasts that I listen to in general are golf podcasts. So I absolutely love it. For Jackson with the NCAA tournament, that's for me on Thursday and Friday with the Masters.
Yeah, love downloading that Masters app again.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, it's the best app. It's the best app in sports.
Is there any golf fan who has a favorite tournament other than the Masters? Are there some people that say, "Oh, I'm more of a U.S. Open guy"? As far as everybody says the Masters.
Well, because if you watch, you know the holes, and so you can kind of go, okay, he's got, once you get to 12, you got the par 3, and then 13 and 15 are opportunities to score, theoretically. Nobody can remember really 14 or 17, but other than that, on the back nine, you can picture, if you follow it, each hole, and I think there's that familiarity, plus that is the signature major tournament. And so, and it's also, I think, just psychologically, perhaps subconsciously, it's if you live in the Midwest or the North, it's the start of spring. And so if you have sad, seasonal anxiety disorder, is that what it is?
Depression in there somewhere?
Maybe. This is your light at the end of the tunnel.
Seasonal affective disorder.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's something that I have, or I just smoked the crack of living in Florida for a few months during the winter, which is not something that I recommend if you do have, like,
if you have to come back.
If you have to come back.
Mm-hmm.
Don't snort the white if you can't stop it. Snorting it.
How do we wean Tim off? It is a Wean Wednesday. How do we wean Tim off that Florida addiction? Do you live like a month in Georgia and then you live a month in Tennessee?
Chattanooga, I think.
We're just kind of bringing you back slowly. Yeah. Don't want to shock the system.
I remember during some Ask Tony segments, a caller would call in saying he was addicted to the strip club, and Tony's advice was to go one night, then don't go. Then go one night, then take 2 nights off, and then go, and then take 3 nights off, and that's how.
Kind of like a bullpen guy, day off. I have no recollection of that call or that.
I remember one time when Tony was talking about Walt Weiss emerging from a little hole that was carved out underneath the shortstop position. That's what I recall.
I remember the first couple of times I heard it as a listener, I thought it might actually be Tony. I really did.
Jackson is a fan of the theater, and of course film with goodorbad.com. Still no monetization strategy released to investors. What you would have been amazed by is watching Martin go into character, and then me and the cat just being silent while during the commercial break he would go into character. That's what put me in awe. Yeah. And then we'd come back from break, and it's like Tony La Russa was there in the body of Martin Kilcoyne, kind of like Patrick Swayze was in the body of Whoopi Goldberg in 1990's Ghost.
Yep.
And Stan Musial was in Matt Carpenter's body.
Running around,
right. Yes, in the 2013 NLCS Game 6, Matt Carpenter versus Clayton Kershaw.
The fact that the skipper called in twice to take part is more. If you didn't think he had a sense of humor, that should cement it. I mean, he called in 2 different and very awkward because I didn't know at one point when he was on, and Tim's like, "Wow, this is crazy," but La Russa's on Ask Tony right now, and I had just said something probably about an animal running loose on the field, something just stupid. It was always not. He said to me, "What was this about?" And I said, "It's just." I said, "It's because we had kind of a pact not to tell him."
Yeah.
And then one day I'm down there. He's got the fungo walking up. Hey, I heard about Jim told me about this thing you're doing, and I go, "Oh God!" And he's like, "Are you making fun of me?" And I was like, "Oh, no. It's like an homage kind of." Like, what kind of stuff? And I was like, never family, never personal. I said, usually nonsense. Okay.
Well, I remember someone calling in.
How do you know this?
Because we played on the skeleton. We played on the skeleton. Played on the skeleton.
And you ever listen to TMA all day on the skeleton?
Not yet, but I want to get to it.
Someone was like asking about, like, you're a big animal guy, Tony. There's leather on the baseball. And he's like,
God.
oh, yeah, leather cows, cow leather cows. And you said it was not leather, it was like leather.
Jackson's impression of Martin's impression of Tony La Russa reminded me of Jason Isaacs on White Lotus doing, as a British person, an impression of a Southern gentleman right there.
Yeah, not great. I don't have much voice work in my life.
It's Martin's specialty.
That's why I'm so impressed.
Mine was just loosely based on him kind of stuttering, stammering with
It's the
Ron
cadence.
Cover on
But
Cam
then
Wax.
the inhale as he would ponder right there. See?
Well, you would see it in the post game.
Yeah.
He would just kind of like he would wince almost like you'd say, "Hey Tony, what are you gonna do about the bullpen? They've blown 3 straight saves." He would just like
The vocalized pause and the cadence.
Yes, that's
so
it.
good.
That's
and loosely too, he would do post game interviews. Remember this? You guys know from his desk.
Watching Westerns.
and
the strangest damn thing that we just all kind of accepted.
There was a TV screen, but it was over our heads. So he's looking at that while he's listening to us, sort of. And on Sundays, it was always golf.
Yep.
And here's Matt Weiner and me, like leaning across as far as you could reach to hold this, like across his desk, which has got like post-it notes, like call Barbara Billingsley back, or like all this stuff. And you're leaning across the desk. Hey, how about the outing by Stoudemire? Yeah, it's just, he made the putt. And you would like have these, you'd have these sound bites you could never use because he was watching the golf.
Or he would be amused by something in the Western and he'd be answering something, then he'd go, ah! A very high-pitched laugh reaction
Here comes the
to whatever
sheriff.
Roy
It's a bad
Rogers was
dude.
doing.
It was a glorious time. And Matt Weiner, who has been at NBA TV for years, was at ESPN.
I'm sure Jackson knows him well.
You do. At
Yeah, I
NBA
know the
TV.
name.
He and I were there one day, and he like does that lean in across the desk with the mic, and Tony just goes, "Not talking to Channel 5 today." And Matt goes, "Okay," like just I still to this day have no idea.
Don't know what it was about.
But it was just a one-day ban. The next day, everything was fine. He didn't appreciate Frank's commentary that night.
You can get involved on the program, 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in Air Comfort Service. Text line 314-399-9646. Friends have gathered, 207 of them already in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, and email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Paul Skeens pitched in St. Louis last year. He was no-hitting the Cardinals, and a gentleman was vigorously tipping his cap to Skeens as he walked off the mound, no-hitting his team. Last night, the Cardinals empire strikes back. The Cardinals beat the Pirates and Skeens. And a little fun fact with regard to some data on Skeens' career in the Cardinals. We'll have that for you. That is next. This is TMA 101, ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back. Cutting down on K's, listen for the crack. Our boy Victor got blazing speed. No chance at second if he has his lead. Early got the bat to get it done. There's no stopping number 41. Hell's bells coming in stopper style. Lights turn red, B-Fib go wild. Look out now, these baby birds gonna
Well done. The Cardinals are now 5-6 on the season as they beat Paul Skeens and the Pittsburgh Pirates last night, 5-3. Your final. Skeens has how many losses in his major league career? This is fun with trivia.
Gosh. Not many. I'd say 5 or 6.
Papers?
I did just hear it and say it, so I'm going to recuse myself.
4 losses in his career, Martin.
Okay.
3 of them to your St. Louis Cardinals.
Last night was the first time he'd ever given up 5 runs in a game, right? That had never happened before. And the Cardinals are the only team in baseball that scored at least 4 runs in every game of the season so far.
The Cardinals are coming. Tra-la-tra-la.
You would think with that kind of offense, they'd have a better record than 5-6.
New slogan, Doug. We can beat Skeens. We're going to put it on shirts. We can beat Skeens. Last year, so I did look this up last night. His first start against them was at the Cap-Doffing game. 6 1/3, no runs. Then he went 8.
Cap-Doffing game.
I think that was it at Busch. 6 1/3, 0 runs. Then he pitched against him again. 8 1/3, 2 earned. Took the loss. Last time out a year ago, 6 innings, 1 earned. So he hadn't exactly been lit up by them, but he kept losing to them. And then last night, they pounded him.
Yeah, they get him. 6 innings for him, 5 earned runs, and the Cardinals got him to 75 pitches in 5 innings, and then 23 more in the 6th, and that wrapped it up. So the Cardinals get him out of the game. They get 5 runs against him. And on the other side of things, Sonny Gray, they needed Sonny Gray to have a big game, and he delivered. He went 5 innings and only gave up 3 hits and 1 earned run while striking out 4 and walking none.
They need to approach this more like a Little League team and have him pitch like every game.
Sonny Gray just pitches every game.
Pretty much. As long as you just play once a week, that should work. But if they're going to go ahead with this stupid schedule where you play 6 or 7 times, I'm not sure it's going to work. But I think at this point it's worth a try.
Sonny Gray just pitches every game. Michaelis.
Do your best.
Fetty.
Yeah. If he gets in trouble, you bring in those guys at the end, mop-up duty.
All right. Marmol we'll text him and see if that's something he's interested in. I mean, he's going to have a quick turnaround here. They have an 11:35 start today.
Now, I bet if you were somebody like Phil Niekro, some knuckleballer, you could darn near pitch every night. You could almost do it. Because it's basically throwing batting practice with as far as your the stress you're putting on your arm.
They tried it with Matt Bowman. Pitched every night. Back in the league. Victor Scott, a couple of big hits. That was his first triple at the
That's surprising.
I really
saw
was
that was
surprised.
surprising. Victor Scott is continuing his Youngry performance, Doug, and he's got the triple last night, and Victor Scott was leading off last night. He's hovering around 300. Wilson Contreras meter is something that we're going to get sponsored on the program, I believe. He 0 for 4 last night with 3 strikeouts, and he is now hitting .093.
How long do you keep him there batting second? I know his body of work over his career and his contract has earned him certainly some equity. And he's a guy that you figure he's going to break out of it at some point. He's always been a good hitter. This is not who he's going to be the whole year. But how long can you keep him in there going like this and hitting in that second spot? Don't you think it's about time to maybe move him down?
I would do it ASAP.
Yeah, I think I would
Brad,
too.
there is a cause and effect. Brad Thompson made the observation when he was with us on Monday. He is, for whatever reason, having a tough time picking up. If you watch him, this isn't a case of a guy hitting into bad luck. He's striking out, and he's striking out on what is oftentimes the same pitch. If you were to pull the video of Wilson Contreras' strikeouts in 2025, they would look awfully similar. It would be him with 2 strikes and a ball that then starts over the middle of the plate and goes out of the strike zone by a significant margin on the left-handed hitting side of the plate, it would hit the batter if there was a lefty over there, and that's what he's swinging and missing. And Brad made that observation, and then sure enough, later that night, he did it again, and he mentioned that to Chip Carey last night. 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts. I mean, this is it's surprising at the major league level to see it, because sometimes when guys have this kind of start, it's a case of just hitting the ball and hitting into bad luck. But in Contreras' case, it is strikeouts, and he is sitting at .093, and 43 at-bats, and half of them have resulted in strikeouts, to be exact, 21 of 43.
You got to move. I agree with Doug. You move him down in the lineup, and then if he doesn't hit, then it's time for the fake injury. You got to come up with. I mean, you cannot keep rolling him out there.
On this road trip, Martin, the Cardinals have played 5 games. He's struck out 11 times.
Well, remember when Randall Grichuk went through that too? When he would swing at the pitch that was 6 inches outside? He went through that too. It almost makes you wonder if he needs to get his eyes checked, if he's maybe just not picking up that spin.
I wear readers, which I wear on my podcast, and guys really think are hot.
Yeah.
I would imagine if I wore them at Napoli or Bricktops or parties in the park or Wheelhouse.
Yeah, hello, stud.
Yeah, I kind of think that'd be hot.
Probably.
Like, let me get bottle service, but before I order the bottle service, I put my readers on.
Oh, God.
And I might start wearing a toupee. I don't know.
And girls walk up and deliver to you literature?
Girls.
Yeah, yuck.
Oh,
So if Wilson showed up at 11:35 today wearing readers, I wouldn't mind a little credit for that, kind of like the Youngry thing.
He could kind of look like Ben Franklin up there at the plate.
I think what you do, Tim, is when people approach you, you say, "Yeah, I'm the executive producer of the Real Housewives of West County."
Yeah, that's right. No, Real Housewives of TMA. That Doug Vaughn is a Doug Vaughn vehicle.
And then after they converse for a little bit, you take them off, but you kind of bright gumble and just kind of bite on the end of it.
Yes, and you
just
scribble
kinda,
notes.
You just kind of look down while your glasses dangle. It makes you look erudite.
There are some times, though, when a person's vision isn't at age 32, which is what Contreras isn't what it was at 22 or 23, and it's probably worth getting checked out. I'm not saying that's what it definitely is. I'm saying when someone has consistently been a very good hitter over a number of years, it's pretty unusual that all of a sudden he can't hit anything.
I agree with you. It's in the fact that it's like the opposing team knows exactly what to do. Get a strike or two on him, and then just throw it. It's like our guest at 9:30. In 2006, when he got 2 strikes on a hitter, it was over. As weird as it is to say, during that Beltran at bat against the Cardinals in the NLCS, I recall thinking, once Wainwright got 2 strikes on him, I'm like, oh my God, they're going to win, because they were frozen by his breaking ball. In the case of Contreras at this moment, it doesn't matter who the pitcher is. They're doing the exact same thing. They're throwing the breaking ball out of the zone because he, for whatever reason, isn't able to pick it up. Now, this is interesting, Doug. I haven't seen this documentary. 314 texts in, I saw a documentary where a pitcher had to wear glasses when he pitched. He played for the Indians.
Is that Ricky Vaughn?
I don't know.
I think it could have been.
And that led to great success for him and Tom Berenger and Dennis Haysbert.
I think so. Remember, Tommy Pham had vision problems and got it checked out. And here he's still playing now. He's been on virtually every team in the major leagues. And he's still
and that
going.
was a serious eye problem that they just, I guess, hadn't diagnosed at the time.
I don't want to spread rumor like I've got some information that this guy's got eye problem. I'm just offering that as a possible thing. Maybe they should look at this point.
I would think you would try anything and everything, and including getting them out of the 2-hole. They love that left, right, left. They're just obsessed with that. I'd throw Mason.
What would you consider as far?
I'd throw Mason Wynn up there.
I like that.
Because then you got 2 fast guys, and he's a right-handed bat. If we've got to go left, if it's written somewhere, you got to go left, right, left, right.
Right.
I'd put him up there. He's hitting well.
Or if you want damage in the 2-hole, put Walker there.
Yeah.
One or the other.
Wilson Contreras has a barrel percentage of 0. He is connected with 0 barrels so far this year.
And I think Pujols, when he played here, his barrel percentage was 1%. So that's good that he's comparable.
Jackson, do you know the answer to this question?
Okay.
Our song, Youngry, which I know Gorman got his eye back. Donnie.
Win, this dude be bussin'.
Okay, Mason wins bussin'.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
Boy, scrappy. Is Contreras in the song?
No.
Wow.
Wow, I'm wondering if it's related. Is there a Wilson
Wow.
whammy that because everybody's in that song?
Well, I think it's mostly the younger guys,
Okay.
and obviously Wilson Contreras is not old by any standard, but in terms of baseball, I would not consider him on the younger
I
side.
didn't know Donnie, and he's been around, but I
Yeah,
guess
Donnie and Burley probably right there on the edge.
What is the edge?
Lars Nootbaar,
And that's 27?
yeah,
Is he in the song?
I say
So you're younger then.
yeah, I'm a little younger than Lars Nootbaar, therefore I am younger.
He didn't say younger.
You're youngry.
I am youngry.
Scrappy Donnie is 28, so I was just trying to find
so he's
the line.
north of Lars Nootbaar.
Yeah, for the younger. I just wondered if our friends could include Wilson in an updated version, therefore get him out of this funk.
Doug, I wouldn't mind today your favorite Cardinal, the delightful gentleman, as Mike Claiborne called him, Luke and Baker, perhaps giving Wilson Contreras a day, and then he can enjoy the off day before the Cardinals deal with Nola, Sanchez, and Wheeler this weekend.
Yeah, that would make some sense. Plus, you got to get these other guys at bat somewhere along the line.
Especially when they're hitting, and the other guy
Is not.
Mitch
barrel
Keller,
rate of 0%.
zero. He's connected. He has 0 barrels.
And
so
that's
far this
industry
year.
standard?
It's good for the bottom 1% of Major League Baseball. He's also in the bottom 2% of Major League Baseball in terms of strikeout percentage. He's at 40.9. This is all according to StatCast.
Now, to counter that point, Tim, Wilson Contreras in his career against Keller is 7 for 19.
Oh, Doug.
So maybe
So if a guy's
it's-
going to get healthy,
this is your chance, Wilson, to get healthy.
Keller has a 7.45 ERA in the year 2025.
Well, there's room for both Contreras and Baker. There's a DH and a first baseman. And find a way to get the pleasant gentleman in there.
do you want to sacrifice?
Baker got legs like a trunk.
And how
Do you
old
want to
is
sacrifice that defense, though, at first base?
Well, you're not sacrificing much. Even with his troubles, they're still having an incredible run of offense. They score runs. Just imagine if he were producing.
Have you noticed what's going on in the division? Tim, we've got a division development.
This is fun.
The Cubs are 7-1 over their last 8.
Yeah, they enjoy not playing the Dodgers in Asia.
So since
They
that,
can avoid that.
there's a stat for that. Since they started 0-2 on the trip overseas, they're 9-3.
And they're raking. You talk about the Cardinal offense. The Cubs are raking. I don't know where the hell that came from, especially, as Martin noted, they had to start off with the Dodgers in overseas. So the highest offense in Major League Baseball, Doug, want to take a guess outside of the Cubs?
Well, I would probably the Cardinals.
Second highest.
Maybe Boston
outside
after
of
they've scored 18.
The Cubs are 1. This team is 2. The Cardinals are 3.
Well,
One team scored
And the
20.
Red Sox are 4.
One team scored 20 in a game.
okay. It's not the Dodgers.
No.
Can I have initials, please?
NYY.
NYY. New Youngstown
Yeah.
Yankers.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, DBA New York Yankees at 78 runs.
Okay.
And they've played 11 games. The Cubs are at 94 runs. So a gap of 16. Now, they've played more games than the Yankees, but you're getting an idea of I don't know if this is real and sustainable. It's not necessarily what I was thinking was going to be going on with the Cubs, but they have been doing some raking. And I'm talking about some monster games because they have a couple games where they really didn't do much offensively at all, but they've had some big games where they have been raking. They have scored a minimum of 7 runs over their last 4 games, and last night it was 10 runs. The night before it was 7 runs against the Rangers, and they lost a game scoring 7 runs against the Padres. But the Cubs, as Martin noted, on a heater, but the heater is mainly because of their offense.
And how about the Brew Crew, who started 0-4, got pounded by the Yankees, lost that home opener. They got pounded by the Royals. They're now 6-5. So the Brew Crew have gone 6-1. So the division development, Doug, is that the Cubs and Brewers are ahead of the Cardinals. But guess who's in last place? All is well The Pirates.
Yeah, and in American League Central, my over bet for the year, the Chicago White Sox, 2-8 is a little below the percentage I need them to do.
So they're not as bad as you needed, and they're 2-8.
I need them to get to play at about a 31% win percentage, and right now they're at a 200 win percentage to cover that 53.5. That I bet, Doug, they have lost 6 in a row, and it's kind of fun for them because they've scored 32 runs so far this season.
Good times.
They're coming out in droves on the south side of Chicago. Doug has already had them penciled in for Nashville in 2028.
Well, yeah, I think that could possibly happen. That crowd last night in Pittsburgh.
Pony show.
It looked like what you'd get if a couple of local high school teams played each other.
It was
Doesn't
really cold.
Friends and family only?
It was really cold.
Jackson's a Pirates rights holder now.
Well, I think
guess.
that's an important. I mean, did
Get
you
your
see the
Buffalo
guys?
Merit
They looked
badge.
like they were on the planet Hoth in Empire Strikes Back.
Planet Hoth reference.
I'm going to have to Google Planet Hoth.
They were. It was like two of the shiesty masks on top of each other.
How cold was it?
38 at first pitch. Chip Carey wasn't happy because he said a lot of these games around the league had been moved earlier. Like if you knew it was going to be, and I would say in Pittsburgh, nobody's going to mind if you move. They wouldn't notice if you move the starting time.
Yeah.
And I guess they did it in a couple other games where they just moved it earlier to avoid playing at nighttime. However, I did hear Ricky Horton say, well, I bet if the Steelers were playing, they'd be here.
Wow.
I borrowed that on TV last night, quoting Rick Horton, friend of the show, because he's right. If the Steelers played 7 a.m., they'd have a crowd. If it's 10 below, they'd have a crowd.
Right.
But it's the Pirates. They're a crap organization, and fans are mad at them on top of it. It's a bad look. It's such a great stadium, and you literally have sections and sections available.
Sharon in Clayton says 100 points for the Hoth. Is that how you say it? Hoth reference. Well done, Piddles.
Thank you.
So Sharon in Clayton is an Empire Strikes Back / Star Wars fan, Doug? Is that fair to say?
Was that an icy planet or something?
Yeah, so they open up Empire Strikes Back, the second of the Star Wars movie, even though it's episode 5, on an ice planet. It's where the Resistance is based. The Resistance is on Hoth, and that's where Luke, spoiler alert, cuts open some sort of ostrich-like animal and then crawls inside of it for warmth.
Oh.
Harrison Ford eventually saved him.
Found him in the ostrich?
You found him, yeah, eventually. All right, no, I think it was Harrison Ford who cut open the ostrich to save Luke.
Did you read where some biotech company has resurrected the dire wolf that had been
From
extinct?
Game of Thrones.
From 12,000 years it had been extinct, and now they've made 3 of them?
Well, I'm a little nervous.
I am too.
I saw
Do
Jurassic.
we really want that?
I saw Jurassic Park tweet that and say, I don't see any issues popping up on this one.
No.
Yeah.
The Star Wars, what would it series, I guess, right? What would you call it?
Franchise.
Gets a little confusing because, this is episode 5, but this is right before episode 2. Where
Right.
episode 3 actually took place before any of them.
So the movies that took place in the late 70s, early 80s are episodes 4, 5, and 6.
Even
The
though
ones
they
that-
came out 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, late 90s, early 2000s is 1, 2, 3, and then the most recent ones are 7, 8, 9.
That's a lot.
3 trilogies.
When I watch a movie, I just want to sit down and enjoy the movie. I don't have to think too much about what happened 3 movies ago.
I feel you.
How come Mark Hamill didn't do a whole lot more, did he?
Great voice acting. He did a lot
Timmy
of
did a
really
lot
good.
of great voice
I
acting.
didn't know that. He had a lot of voice acting?
Yeah, in the very famed, critically acclaimed Batman video games, he plays the Joker, and he's really good.
But for a huge star in that role, I mean...
Not a very good actor. That's the reason.
Oh, is that?
Oh, is that right?
No, he's a bad like screen actor, but he's an outstanding voice actor, and probably has more money than anybody because he was in Star Wars.
Oh, you had some points?
I assumed that he was taken care of. Luke Skywalker. George Lucas sold that to Disney for like $4 billion.
Yeah, but why would he have
Well,
points?
I'm sure of appearances. He's
I don't
forever
know,
Luke
but
Skywalker.
He was a really young actor at the time. May not have had the chops to demand a
Probably.
big cut of it.
Maybe I'm off, but
Was he
I
in
assume
American
he's not living
was he in
hard.
American Graffiti?
With George Lucas? Harrison Ford certainly
That's
was.
who it was, okay.
Yeah.
It was a wampa, not an ostrich-like animal. Way to embarrass yourself and ruin your show's reputation. Doug, this show does have a great reputation. That's from Ricky Clemens, ATV dealer.
I said an ostrich-like animal just because it makes it easier to digest for non-Star Wars fans?
Of course, Jackson loves space movies and cartoons. Get me a man with refined taste like Doug. That's from Doug's concubine.
I don't really love Star Wars. I just have seen them.
The olds are olding today. It's not that complicated, fellas. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV. I don't know what that's in reference to. I just know, Martin, you've been sideways with Kwame Voyukas IV.
And I believe that was a reference to me saying, I don't like the movies that go back in time, or this is actually the one that was prior. And
he asks this question, I see, earlier in the 7 o'clock hour today. When will management be forced to step in and end Martin's surprise guest boondoggle? That's coming off the Will Clark interview, which I thought was...
I'm going to suspend who
You're going to
said-
suspend Kwame Voyukas IV?
Yeah, Kwame Vayukas, you've been suspended
He's
a
the
period
fourth.
of 2 days' time. Your name, as we speak, is going into the suspension logule with a 10% tariff.
That's a tariff.
Doug's... Shockingly, Doug is pro-tariff. Look at that.
Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour on TMA, which is a great one to be sponsoring today because Jamie Rivers will be with us from Edmonton at 9 o'clock, and Adam Wainwright will be with us coming up at 9:30. Mark Hanna says the animal was a tauntaun. Tauntaun.
For sure. Tauntaun.
Tauntaun.
There are a ton of texts saying that.
Okay.
The Star Wars knowledge out there is
But if
real.
you sponsor the 9 o'clock hour, your text gets read. And he's online at evergreenstl.com, and then you can call him. Doug, you want to take a guess where you can call him? Fine, I'll tell you.
314
Yeah?
222
No, that's
2222.
Brown.
Oh, I thought that was every phone number in town.
Brown and like
Okay.
it's the switchboard.
Sarah, give me Brown and Crouppen.
She's got those buttons that you plug in.
314-889-0503. That is where you can reach him. I don't know where you can reach Mark Milton. You got any idea on him?
I don't have a phone number for you. I assume it's 314-222-2222. I do have a website. That's stltaxlawyer.com. We're getting up to the nitty-gritty of tax season right now. And if you have any kind of tax problems, Mark Milton is the name you need to keep in mind. Maybe you're ignoring the IRS because you didn't pay, you owe more than you can afford right now, and you don't know what to do. You're paralyzed in fear. Well, Mark Milton is the guy you need to get in touch with because this is what he specializes in, and that's getting people out of hot water when the godforsaken tax man knocks on your door. Maybe you have years of unfiled returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments bothering you. The IRS doesn't play. They will come at you, and Mark Milton is the guy you need on your side. His website, again, is stltaxlawyer.com. This is a guy who represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country early in his career and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He's not just the best in St. Louis. He is one of the best in the country at dealing with the IRS. If you have any kind of IRS issues at all, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour coming up. Jamie Rivers, Adam Wainwright in the 9 o'clock hour, presented by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. You can watch it all on the TMA STL YouTube channel. 239 friends have gathered. The chat is underway with Paul Baroni, and they're talking it over. And he says he's been caught in an ostrich too many times to count. Paul Baroni is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat talking to DJ Patty Cakes and the eggplant emoji. So you can go in there and talk it over as well and watch the program. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, heading up to Edmonton to take on the Oilers. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. The pregame will start at 8 p.m., late puck drop of 9 p.m. That was another Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Boys Club. Happy Ween Wednesday, Doug.
Okay.
Happy Ween Wednesday, Martin.
Thanks.
Happy Ween Wednesday, Jackson.
And happy Ween Wednesday to you and yours.
Oh, my gosh.
If you choose to celebrate.
If you observe.
Yeah.
Much like Fox 2 on the Blues playoff run. Observing.
Observing. That's a callback that I forgot from an hour ago.
Yeah. Jackson is the master of the callback and also the master of college basketball analysis, but he is boycotting the spread zone, which we will be recording, me, Riz, and Anthony Stalter at 11 o'clock today in advance of the Masters. And then I'll be interviewing Justin Ray, and I know many of you golf nerds are excited about that for the podcast, especially if you're in Masters pools. And that'll be on the Tim McKernan Show podcast feed. But if you subscribe to the TMA podcast feed, you'll get that as well. On this program, we will be joined by Jamie Rivers at 9 o'clock. That's on the Stiefel dossier, and Adam Wainwright at 9:30. And then we've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. While we were on the air live yesterday, we had the report from Newsweek that former Cardinal and World Series champion from the 2011 team, Octavio Dotel, was found alive in the nightclub roof collapse in the Dominican. But on his way to the hospital, Octavio Dotel passed away at the age of 51 years old. And so the Cardinals and many organizations for which he pitched yesterday sent out their tributes to a pitcher who was never necessarily a star, but a guy who, from all of these quotes from people who played with him and people who knew him, loved and appreciated what he brought to the table. And I think what he did in 2011 with the Cardinals would be a perfect example of that. That guy was a calming force out of the bullpen for the 2011 Cardinals, and at times he was incredibly good for a variety of major league clubs, including the Astros and the Mets.
I saw Ken Rosenthal tweet, "This one hits hard." And Ken Rosenthal has been around thousands of baseball players. I do remember that stretch. He pitched almost every night, it seemed, and he was a lot of fun in the locker room. That group that just kind of came together. And Cam Wux played a clip of Claves interviewing Dotel after they won the pennant in Milwaukee.
Did he do the rally squirrel sound? Oh, the rally squirrel wasn't around at that point. The rally squirrel emerged in the division series.
Well, this would have been after the division series. They were talking happy flight.
Okay, well, I thought I saw
so
one
in
division.
Milwaukee.
Yes, okay.
I heard the clip of Claves talking to Dotel, and he just was saying, "I got here. We're a couple games back." Like he had no idea it was going to be part of this great run. But yeah, he was a lot of fun to be around. It was a weird story to follow yesterday when I was wondering who's communicating with you. They said he was alive, but
for 6 hours in the rubble.
Rubble.
I guess some of these people had their phones and they were calling people. Can you imagine anything more horrifying than that? He had a long career, 15 years, 13 different teams. A lot of teams wanted him.
Yeah, his second to last stop was the Cardinals in 2011. He pitched until he was 39 with the Tigers, and with the Cardinals, he was part of that trade that at the time, I'd be curious. I guess probably Buck Swope would be able to pull it immediately. What we were saying, I know I didn't like the trade at the time, so that's another indication of my brand of just being right on target, just dialed in.
Wasn't Edwin Jackson more of the headliner because they needed a starter as well?
It was Edwin Jackson, Zaczynski, Dotel, and Corey Patterson, whose only value was putting out. Jackson, I don't know if you have that audio. Putting
hot
out
foot.
Well, that's important. You don't want fires in your dugout.
I mean, think if that fire would have spread, the 2011 Cardinals never win the World Series. Now that game was perhaps the most distressing loss the Cardinals had in the month of September. And so it was surprising to hear Cal May lead with this question. Martin, I think you'll enjoy the skipper's response.
Did something catch on fire in the dugout in the fourth inning? There was like a small fire down near the end of the dugout, and Corey Patterson stomped it out.
Oh, I missed that. I don't know.
First question after they blew a lead
Has a
against the Mets.
baseball manager ever been asked? I saw a small fire at the end of the dugout, and the manager was not aware. I'm assuming, Doug, do you remember the old hot foot? They would always light a player's shoe on fire. Why that was ever funny?
I don't know.
We'll just torch a man's foot.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what insurance providers would say about that in 2025, but in 2011, Corey Patterson stomped it out.
They put like little matchsticks and like tape it to their back foot, right? How did people not notice that someone was taping matches?
What's funnier than lighting a man's foot on fire?
Right.
Talk about hijinks. The hot foot is
Pine
a prank.
tar everywhere.
You can cause a serious injury to somebody.
The bubble with bubble gum you stuck on somebody's head. That was kind of wacky fun. This is now messing with somebody's, I don't know, body part. It's a prank where the prankster sets the victim's shoe laces or shoe on fire with a match or lighter. I assumed it was a match or lighter. Several other versions of the hot foot prank all involve using a source of flame near a victim's foot.
Oh.
The hot foot prank is mentioned in several baseball stories as a prank the players play on one another. Bert Blyleven.
You never heard of Bert Blyleven?
No, I know. I was just hitting it for. I was shocked that he was part of this.
Okay, sorry.
He earned the nickname the Frying Dutchman because of his love of this prank. The fire extinguisher during his time with the Angels, the fire extinguisher in the Angels Stadium clubhouse featured a sign that said, "In case of Blyleven, pull." We should do one in here, Jackie. Oh, what's funnier? Jackie's foot's on fire.
Iggy set his shoe on fire a few times to kill some rogue hairs that were coming out of it.
Oh, my.
I think it was laces. I don't think he had hair coming out of his shoe.
He just set his shoe on fire. Yeah, his shoe unraveled.
How'd you have that drop ready?
There's a quick type in there. Yeah, he would light the frayed ends of his laces in the studio. That's an outside
During
activity.
The show. Yeah.
You shouldn't light fires in the workplace, generally.
I don't know what the Hubbard policy is.
Well, if you work in like a restaurant, fire is certainly going to be a part of it.
Right.
Our friends at the EDF group, they deal with fire
Nicely
often.
done. Boy,
yeah.
Jackie Papers just with a beautiful weave right there. So impressive to see this young man. He's trending into veteran land. And Doug, when he's wearing the hot take mittens, is wearing the EDF hot take mittens. Since little Jackie Papers set me up, I'll go ahead and see if I can knock it down. I don't know. Okay. EDF Group, sponsor of Doug's Hot Take Mittens, for those of you watching on YouTube at the TMA STL channel. EDF Group, sponsor of the Hot Take Mittens. And if you want to support the sponsors, the name of the game is working with the EDF Group, especially if you have a business or you run a business. The EDF Group will take wonderful care of you. Go online at the edfgroup.com. Fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider. It's not just about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. Yadier Molina posted some videos of Octavio Dotel, and he wrote, "My brother, there is a pain in my soul. Thank you for being a friend, a brother, and one of the good ones. I will always remember you, brother, and the moments we lived. Thank you for all the moments, leader. We lost a joyful soul. Rest in peace, brother of my soul." That is Yadier Molina's tribute to his teammate from the 2011 World Champions.
I think joyful soul was an apt description for Dotel.
Right.
He loved the rally squirrel, Martin, and any time it would be brought up, he would go. That was what he said the rally squirrel sounded like.
He would have that little doll on his shoulder, right? He would always have that little rally squirrel doll.
He loved the rally squirrel. Yeah, the happy flight and the joyful soul.
That was a really fun team as a 13 or 14-year-old boy. Like, that team was really fun to get behind, and I would say Dotel was one of the leaders in some of the fun, him and Furcal
He was a great guy to talk to after the game.
Yeah.
We'd always go to him. We say, "Hey, you got that one out in the 7th inning. Now say something funny."
Yeah, that team had a bunch of little goofy stuff that was like really fun when they were getting real hot. Dotel and the Rally Squirrel, Alan Craig's tortoise, if you remember, Torty Craig.
Torty Craig,
that's right.
You're right. They had a lot of bits.
They did.
like that.
Adrian
Who's behind
Chambers.
Torty Craig? It's kind of like who's behind Jobu now for the Blues.
I feel like Alan Craig was in on the whole thing, but kind of played dumb.
It was a Twitter account, right? It was just some
That's right.
Twitter account about his pet tortoise that may or may not have existed.
Does a tortoise really give anything back as a pet?
You could. That's a very existential. You could answer that about any real pet. I guess outside dogs.
Cats, they'll give back.
What did Adrian and Rocky? Did she have a tortoise?
She did. She had a turtle, I think.
I think.
And then Ron would talk to the turtle. Hey, what's going on,
Is that
turtle?
your Sylvester Stallone?
And he'd just kind of stare at it.
You just don't do nothing. Just sit there.
My kids had a crab for a while.
We had
And
a crab.
Sometimes it would crawl out of the cage and leave this slime everywhere it went. It's just horrendous. It's a crab.
Crab.
Yes.
Like a hermit crab?
I guess
That's like a soft shell.
I forget what kind of crab they called it, but it had long legs and it could get out of the cage every now and then.
What kind
It
of
just
parents would buy
slide.
that?
Yeah.
Well,
Dungeness
the
ox.
same kind of parents that got rid of it.
You're welcome to get involved in the program. Jamie Rivers, 9 o'clock. Adam Wainwright, 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day is on the Stiefel dossier. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can get involved in the program. And Jackson in 8-2, I'm intrigued by this. Viral Florida student reporters celebration sparks debate over journalistic objectivity.
Yeah, I thought it'd be right up your alley.
I don't know what here's the thing. I don't know about it. But little Jackie Papers, he says, number one, it's going to be right up our alley. But number two, he's going to educate us. That's what Papers is going to do next on TMA 101 ESPN.
A trip somewhere warm sounds good right about now. And if you want to go to Florida, there are 7 different locations served by Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Find out more. FlyMidAmerica.com. That's the website. Very convenient. See all the Allegiant flights, whether it's to Vegas, Hilton Head, Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale, taking the family to Destin, whether it's a spring break trip every year or summertime or in the fall when you're headed to Destin. Do it in about an hour and 15 minutes. That's all the flight is. From Mid-America, St. Louis Airport, gets you down to Florida. Again, Hilton Head, Vegas. You're thinking warm, fun locations. Do it at the airport that makes it super convenient. You park for less than $10 a day. Walk into the terminal. You're through security. Typically, it's 15 minutes from your car to the gate. So much hassle these days when you're talking about flying. Not at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Again, going somewhere warm. Veterans can save money as well. There's special deals for our veterans. Find out more at FlyMidAmerica.com. A real gem over there in Muscuda, Illinois, not far at all from downtown St. Louis. Get your flights online at FlyMidAmerica.com.
Doug, do you like this beat?
Sure. Jim Croce, yeah, it was one of my favorites.
I know I said that My Sweet Lord's my favorite song ever, but this is Bud tied for first.
Is it really? Mm-hmm. Favorite song ever?
Mm-hmm. They can change their minds, but they can't change me.
He supposedly was able to play like thousands of songs off the top of his head. He had this incredible memory and knew every song that was out there. Died way too young in a plane wreck.
Bad Leroy Brown. What else you got? What are we going?
Time in a Bottle.
Time in a Bottle. That Croce's was right across from Petco Park, San Diego. You ever go there, Doug?
Yes, I have been
I
there.
think back in the day, Cardinals always played the Padres.
I went to the Nobu across from Petco, but that's because I'm relatable.
Oh, gosh.
TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Doug, have you looked at this Stiefel dossier that Jackson Burkett, DBA Little Jackie Papers, has for segment 8?
Well, not really. I'll give it the once over.
So I read the story, and I said this to him during the commercial break. I said, I'm intrigued by what the story is, but I don't necessarily follow why it is as big of a deal as it is. Here is the headline. Viral Florida student reporter celebration sparks debate over journalistic objectivity. So this is in reference to a Florida, I guess Gainesville specifically, so not like a Miami, Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville reporter. So therefore, student covering the Florida Gators.
She works at ESPN Gainesville.
Yeah, and I didn't know what the deal with that was. The
Radio station.
Oh, so it's an ESPN affiliate. Okay, got it. Because there was a time, maybe 15, 20 years ago, that ESPN was kind of branching off its website and had an ESPN Chicago, ESPN LA, either way. So there's an ESPN affiliate in Gainesville, but now some people, she was doing something that was fun, but Doug, now some people are not happy about it.
Some people aren't happy about anything.
Is that the gist of it? What is it?
There's like a
you
video
said this is going to be right up our alley, so I want to understand it, and I want the audience to understand it. I'm trying to follow here.
Jackson Burkett providing context.
That's exactly right.
So there was a deleted video, I believe on Twitter, of her celebrating Florida's national championship victory while sitting in press row.
So while the game's going on?
Right after the game.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. And then there was a interview she did with Anderson, who plays for Florida, Bennett Anderson, that was getting a bunch of views because he was sitting down, she was standing up. I don't know the exact 100% context. I just knew it caught flames. They sold NIL T-shirts about it. And then she interviewed them again. It did a big numbers. Either way, it's clear that she is rooting for. She goes to Florida and she's rooting for the Gators. And she was celebrating in press row. That video, I think, is what this
Caught
article.
flames.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that you should not do.
It was the no cheering in the
that's
press
definitely
box.
a no-no. To cheer in the press box. That's a can't do.
But for the point of clarity, she did it after the game. Is that correct?
I'm
Doug?
as they were winning. It would be weird to celebrate when 28 seconds left and your team hasn't won yet.
Right.
So I would assume right after the game.
But after the game, I don't see. For a bunch of people who are affiliated, and this is certainly not like I'm calling them out. I thought it was great. A bunch of people who went. Were you in Boston the night of Game 7, Martin? Were you in Boston? You were there, Doug? I'm sorry for.
The Stanley Cup?
Yeah.
I was thinking Red Sox card. Yes.
Red Sox Cardinals, the ones that we've
Never
lived
made it
through,
to a Game 7. That's why I was stoked. I was like, what?
Doug, were you there?
No.
Stanley Cup.
I was selected to hold down the fort.
Yeah, that's
in the parking lot.
Because you hadn't been around St. Louis sports for very long,
Right.
and you wouldn't have appreciated that moment.
No.
So there were plenty of people who got pictures on the ice then, which I didn't think anything of. So I'm asking, and maybe that comparison is not fair. I'm just trying to understand what she did that was wrong.
So she, after deleting the video of her celebrating U.S. victory while sitting in press row, she tweeted a new video saying no cheering in the press box, but level 1 million difficulty because the team you've been covering all year just won the Natty. And it's her trying to contain herself as Florida is rushing the floor celebrating. She is on press row. And so it got a bunch of people who are also journalists tweeting about the integrity of cheering in the press box, the media rooting for the team, the modern day of journalism where you have to be both a content creator and a journalist. Although it did seem like some older folks just kind of crapping on some of her having fun.
I don't think there's any problem taking a picture of yourself, posing for a picture. I don't have any problem with that at all. But you can't be standing up in the press area, yelling and cheering and rooting. That
I don't believe that
takes
was
it
going
over
on.
the edge.
I don't believe that was going on.
So she was just standing up and clapping or something? I guess we'd have to see it to know.
Well, the initial video got taken down, but she has another video out right now.
Who gives a fuck? Help me understand why this is news. Doug, that's Big Don Johnson.
stop,
You had
John.
dinner with him in Miami?
I never did.
I put it in there not because of this story per se, but because of the conversation it asks. In the modern day of journalism, younger people getting into journalism, and with the rise of TikTok and Instagram and people wanting content, are the days gone by of no cheering in the press box still being a steadfast rule. That was why I brought it up.
Okay, I follow that. I would say the answer to your question is yes, and I apologize for dialing in on the story. I thought that you were more aware. I just, because if she's taking a picture following the game, then that is a lot different than while the game's going on, and if she's standing there screaming or clapping.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Totally.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how young you are. There's still some decorum expected in a professional setting.
And I don't know if she crossed that line. I don't think that she. I don't know necessarily if she did. But I think you might be slippery sloping there just a touch. I'm not sure she was being unprofessional or screaming. She just might have been rooting.
That's why I say
clearly
we
for
need
a
to
team.
see the video to have any kind of an
I
opinion.
just think this is a tough one for the radio crew to chew on. I love Jackson.
Oh, okay.
The alliance.
It was about the grander
I understand.
conversation.
I think in your defense, Jackson, we should pivot quickly to 9-2. And Tim, I don't know if you saw 9-2 on the dossier, but it says, if you could call one STL athlete, current or former, to help you fix a flat tire,
What
who would you?
in the hell was that one about?
That's a good question.
Planted right between Jamie Rivers and Adam Wainwright in the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by the great Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, is the question, if you could call one St. Louis athlete, current or former, to help you fix a flat tire, who would you call?
I had a flat tire just last week. I didn't even think to go down the Cardinals' former roster.
Yeah, Blues.
I called AAA.
Rams,
I called
Steamers.
AAA, and the guy had not played for the Cardinals, and I didn't care.
Yeah.
I just stared at that and I thought, what kind of acid trip were you on? What time of day in the Hubbard studios do you just type out on a sheet? And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, God, Matheny's really handy. And then I was like, Will Clark's probably handy, but he's like, fix it yourself.
Did you have an answer, Jackson, that you wanted to fill in?
No, I was curious.
Yeah,
you guys
you thought about it?
You guys have been covering the sports teams here for what feels like eons. Maybe you would have a better answer than me. Because I was thinking maybe William Hayes. He seems like he was good with his hands.
William Hayes, who was homeless with Chris Long for a bit.
Yeah. A bit is a little.
Go to hell! That's from Stephen Wildwood. He
gosh.
doesn't like the questions.
I got a kick out of that one. I was trying to pivot, Jackson.
Well, I think that there's still a good conversation there, but
Who to fix a flat tire?
no, not necessarily. Well, that one too.
Gosh.
One's a little more. That one has a little bit more, fun involved.
Somebody said John Mabry. I like that.
Yeah, I could see that being a great answer to the question.
Likeable, but also like handy.
I don't think Adam Wainwright would be a bad answer.
You could probably call Kelly Chase, and he'd have a guy for you. He'd know someone who could fix it.
That's a nice answer. So that's a good way to think through the process of the question I never thought we would be asked.
We actually are going to dig out. I'm telling you, I'm helping Jackson. We've pivoted now from the ESPN Florida story that wasn't going real well.
The more you say that you're pivoting to help me, the more it seems like you're helping me.
The more, hold on, I want to hear that again.
Well, the more that Martin says, well, I'm pivoting to help you, it makes it seem like I did worse.
Well, Jackson, you'll be happy to hear the Baldwin Beer Bitch says, Martin, I love you, but kind of a D-bag move calling out Jackson on the air for his material. This isn't the first time.
Uh-oh, Baldwin Beer Bitch is sideways with you joining Kwame Voyukas the fourth, Steven Time, and I can't remember the other one who's sideways.
Martin's just busting balls. I don't take it.
No, she said the Triple B says, I hate to see the alliance waver.
No, far from it. Couldn't be stronger, honestly.
I was trying to help pivot.
That's the fourth time he said he's trying to help.
From the awful topic.
There it is. Say what you really mean.
From that disastrous day that you had, I'm just trying to help.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
I think Matheny's a good. Gary Gaetti getting mentioned. Orlando Pace could just pick up the car for you.
Sure,
Carry it home.
Who needs tires?
Hey, Dawson, sit a few plays out. That's from Big Tough.
Happily.
Dawson.
Happily.
You're welcome to get involved with your suggestions on the question. The thing about it is, I know that Jackson's intent with the question was not just good, probably great. I just got caught up in the details of the story.
Sure.
So I wanted to read it to understand what she was catching hell for.
Right.
There was a story. Was it the Carissa Thompson story relatively recently, Martin? She's been on Fox for a while. And she was doing a podcast, I think, maybe Pardon My Take.
That
with,
sounds right. Yeah.
Big Cat and PFT Commenter, where she was just BSing, as people are fun to do on podcasts, and said that there's been times where she's made up the quotes when she's thrown it back to the booth following a second half interview in which she couldn't get to the coach. And that led to a number of people chastising in the industry, chastising her for that because, you know, take your pick of whatever reason. So I didn't know if that this story was under that similar umbrella.
I messed up by just putting the link to the article on there.
But I read the article and I still didn't know.
I should have had a question in there that was a bigger picture question as opposed to just posting the article. So, you know what? I'll wear it. I will wear it.
I was just trying to help pivot from the awful stuff.
No, I know. I'm glad you're mentioning that.
I know. Well, because I know this. I know Jackson. This was what Balloon Party was for 3 years. Mm-hmm. He knows the crap that gets me going, and so I know that he had an angle on it. And perhaps I lost the angle by trying to focus on the detail of just trying to understand what she did wrong. Now, if she was doing it during the game, it's an easy one. But to me, it's like the equivalent of seeing people who are on the ice following the Blues Game 7 win, and she's taking a picture. I just don't know what anybody could be unhappy about there.
Right. I think it's a body of work thing. You know, the entire tournament, there's been some content out there where it's like, you know, it's kind of everything you're rooting for the Gators. But I just don't think that like is necessarily wrong, or it's the new age of sports media where you've talked about before. Fans
are covering teams. But I think at this point I don't know, this is an arbitrary number, but 80% of people in their 20s and probably even 30s, because with the exception of like 0.1% of the people in this industry, there's no money in it, like really no money in it, that you do it as a passion play. And hey, God bless. It's why I got into it. And so therefore you are going to cover the teams who you pull for, grew up cheering for. So therefore you do have fans covering teams, whereas I think for all three of us here, when we were coming up, it was understood. I wanted to get back to St. Louis for sure. That was my goal, to get back to St. Louis by the time I was 30. That was my goal. I was lucky I got back sooner than that. But you got to go to kind of the minor leagues, for lack of a better term. Martin, what was yours? Arizona?
Flagstaff.
Doug was Rochester, Minnesota. Mine was Little Rock. And I guess now, hey, and good for people because they don't have to do it. They can start right out of school and have that opportunity to do it right out of school as opposed to go to the minor leagues. And I'm not saying one is right or one is wrong, but therefore the market you grew up in or went to school in, you wind up covering the team you cheered for as just a fan, and that can color the coverage.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. But I think in a way, all media people are fans. They all are. Or you wouldn't be in that business at all.
Correct.
But you got to contain yourself.
When I was down in Arkansas, I got to know people and pulled for the Razorbacks in that sense, but not like how deep-rooted it is for me with Cardinals and Blues.
And you can be as big a fan as you want of the team you cover, but when you're in a professional environment, it's not just about you taking pictures and cheering and everything. There's other people around you that are supposedly working, maybe facing deadline pressure or whatever, and you shouldn't be disrupting them in any way. You got to be professional about it.
And I agree 100%. The issue on this story for me is she did it after the game. According to what I'm reading, I don't know, as we know, things can be written about people in media and they can be inaccurate. But I don't know what to make of this. I like, why would anybody be mad at somebody, especially when they're part of the Gainesville affiliate, for taking a picture following the game. I don't follow it, but I'm perhaps there's an important detail that I'm missing.
But I also think if they're a college reporter and now you're going to take this in, are you really going to be, oh my God, so unprofessional? I would say, well, it's a college kid. It's going to happen. If I was a Marquette journalism student and they won the national championship, I doubt I'd be sitting there with my recorder going, I will get some interviews shortly. I would be like, woohoo. I mean, everybody would. So it's different if it was, Jay Billis high-fiving and hugging the cheerleaders from Florida. I mean, that would be a little more notable than a college kid who happened to get excited about the team winning.
And cover the team for their own local outlet there. You would kind of expect it, actually. You expect a little cheerleading and happiness.
From the 330, lay off of Jackson, pivot boy.
Are you pivot boy?
I guess I'm pivot boy.
What's pivot boy?
Because I was trying to help
pivot.
Jackson by pivoting from the topic.
I'm all good. Don't worry about me.
Marty, go get on your PJ. Jackson.
You have a private jet now?
Waiting for onboarding. This time I'm going up to corporate. So Jackson 2028 is what they signed it.
Oh, wow.
That, you've got support from Floyd Velvet.
You going to run in 2028?
Considered it. I think I'm below the age requirement.
You're talking president?
What else?
Oh, gosh. There's not a step somewhere between sports producer to president?
I've always wondered what a comptroller does, so maybe I learn on the campaign trail and run for comptroller.
In St. Louis, Darlene Green got beat by Donna Behringer last night, and in her acceptance speech, Donna Behringer said, and I will be there. Our guy Jacob Barker, who writes for the Business Journal, said that was a not-so-secret shot at the fact that Darlene Green was known for not showing up often at work. And so the new person taking over as comptroller
They've got a problem with that in the city of St. Louis, taking classes, other jobs, and just not showing up.
Not showing up.
So things aren't going well?
The more I look at it, the more I don't think comptroller's for me.
It's a financial...
You think comptroller is for you?
No, it's not.
With the issues with
I think I fell in love with the name.
The name,
so what are you going to run for now? You sticking to president?
What's the sanitation commission like?
It's either president or St. Louis City sanitation.
Probably not a direct link to the White House there.
No, but you got to start somewhere.
Are you looking up city jobs?
Well, if I'm going to run, I want to know.
Is there a database of what's available? And does it say you have to show up to work to actually have the job?
I guess. I don't know. I'm just trying. I'm digging deep over here.
Yes, you are.
I'm pivoting off your PJ.
My favorite part is how many people actually wrote in responses to the tire question.
I think it's a good question.
Tom Pagnozzi got a vote.
Stunning question in the Stiefel dossier. Stunning, but delightful.
Dustin Hermanson got a vote.
Doug, it should be noted that Donna Behringer is a St. Gabriel parishioner. So,
oh, is that right?
You recuse yourself from this conversation.
That's exactly right. In my experience, most male sports reporters have major crushes on these big, beefy athletes, and that's why the media scrums sound like flirting. It's from the Dogtown Astro. And Doug, you've been covering media scrums for a number of years.
Never picked up that vibe. Never did. Not once. Ever.
Although that media chuckle does seem to be awfully,
that is,
cozy.
Mm-hmm.
Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, 10:45. Jamie Rivers, 9 o'clock. Adam Wainwright, 9:30. There's your Stiefel dossier. Martin, Doug, who wants to tell me about Design Air Heating and Cooling? Because they sponsor the email of the day.
Well, Jackie Paper, Jackson 2028 is pointing at me. Let's talk about Design Air. Been around St. Louis since 1904. All your heating and cooling needs year-round. You think about it in the wintertime, if the furnace is not acting properly and it's just not working, you're going to call Design Air. In the summer, when the air conditioning isn't working properly, you're going to call Design Air. You can set up an appointment now. You want to get a tune-up before the summer season takes hold. DesignAirService.com is their website. Seth Goldcamp and the family, now fourth generation. What happens is some family businesses eventually are so successful, an out-of-town company will take over and they just keep the name. Well, this is still the family business. Design Air Heating and Cooling. DesignAirService.com. Get signed up online. And when that technician is at your home, they'll do their best to make the repairs not there to sell you something you don't need. Design Air, longest-running sponsor of TMA for all your heating and cooling needs. It is Design Air.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Sponsor the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. I can't handicap Jackson's theme today. There was a Ween Wednesday song.
That was the outlier.
That was just it was a big doff your cap 7 o'clock hour. And
Like
so-
Paul Skeens had a gentleman in St. Louis doffing his cap last year.
That really
correct.
bugged you, didn't it?
It was perfectly captured on the then Bally Sports Midwest camera.
It was vigorous.
It was like they framed it. It was like right in the lower third.
It was a shadow.
Yeah.
He really wanted like a BFIB badge. He wanted to be seen.
The merit badge, yeah, he might have gotten 2 on the sash that day.
How did you not play the version of this song that was in the Jesus Shuttleworth movie?
Oh, that's He Got Game, and Doug, was
Yeah.
that Chuck D in Public Enema?
I don't know who
But
it
there's
was.
a.
Like enema.
Public Enema, is that an adult film?
How did he not play the hoop rock version of this song?
Well, one time, I didn't even know the name of that song.
He Got Game.
I know the name of the picture.
He Got Game is the song.
And then the Buffalo
that-
Springfield.
Right.
It's the same song with different names.
No, they covered it.
Who did?
Public
Oh my
Enema.
God, this is who am I
Public
talking
Enema.
to?
This guy. Once he asked the thing about changing the tires, he
Trying
thought he was
to-
done for the day.
So Public Enema covered this song with a different title.
They sampled it.
Okay, got
Just
it.
like Pac sampled Tony La Russa's friend Bruce Hornsby,
Very fair.
which led to an unfortunate exchange in the Cardinal clubhouse. Doug, was that spring training in 2006?
I just don't know the years, Tim.
So that means, Martin, you would have been on the program. Do you remember La Russa dropping by one time, kind of like Edmonds would, while we were doing the show? And for whatever reason, we were talking about Mark the Bird Fidrich. And I said,
Yes.
I don't remember him.
I feel like the cat loved talking about Mark the Bird Fidrich.
Okay. And because I said my memory starts in 1982, and all of my fans, and God, there are millions, say my memory is infallible after 1982. But I said, I don't know anything about Mark the Bird Fidrich. And La Russa was appalled that I didn't know about Mark the Bird Fidrich. And I'm standing in the Cardinal clubhouse with players watching. I said, I'm sure you don't know anything about Tupac. And he goes, Pac? Yeah. He sampled horns. And I go, son of a bitch, he did. He did, of course, Doug, on Changes. He sampled Bruce Hornsby's That's Just the Way It Is. That is what happened with Public Enemy and He Got Game.
The song is called He Got Game. So if you want to call it up.
But you made it seem like it was a cover. A sample and a cover are very different things.
Wow,
Well,
the
they are.
alliance
They're
is
very
falling apart,
different
Doug, and we
things.
are here to witness it.
They're
All right,
very
okay, let's talk ESPN Jack's Gainesville then. Okay, fine.
Oh, he just dumped on him. Patrick Ewing, Scottie Pippen. Balls in your face.
Hey, Tim, this reporter's in hot water. Oh, really? For what? Let's see here. It says...
Jackson,
No,
at
but
two
seriously,
Brute, huh? At two Brute.
It's always your own guys.
from inside the house.
It's always your own guys.
Buddy, if you can find the song He Got Game, I think you will enjoy
All
it.
right, I'll play it in the next.
yeah, we got
Jamie Rivers scheduling programming update. Jamie Rivers will be at 10 a.m.
I kind of thought that 9 o'clock Jamie Rivers appearance would be a good thing to short if you could get action on it. Right.
All right, so now we have time. Let's find He Got Game. I think you will enjoy it. This is for
I
your...
think Jackson might fight Martin today.
Sampled or covered?
For what it's worth is the name of the great Buffalo Springfield.
Come on, Papers! It's not Enema. And the song's He Got Game for the picture He Got Game, and it's a banger. That's some
Tim
stepdad
said
Gary.
Enema. I didn't just come up with that genius out of nowhere.
It's a banger.
It seems like Apple Music only has the dirty version of that. So give me a moment. I just said give me a moment.
Doug.
Just give me a moment.
Doug.
I'll look on YouTube.
How would you explain it to your kids?
Couldn't.
See?
Would have no way of doing that.
You'd have absolutely no way of doing it. You can text in 314-399-9646. Jamie Rivers now 10 o'clock on the Stiefel dossier. Adam Wainwright at 9:30. Looking forward to talking it over with Adam Wainwright. Jackson lacks culture. That's from the Crystal City
No,
Clan.
come on.
I was here educating the people on Star Wars in the 7 o'clock hour.
Is that culture?
I was playing Jim Croce last time, Buffalo Springfield last time. I'm literally dripping in culture.
Oh, gosh.
Dripping in culture.
My word.
Just listen to the Will Clark interview. It was incredible. That's from Thrill Fan 22. So there you go, Martin. There's an endorsement of the surprise guest, whereas Kwame Voyuk is the fourth one's management to get involved to ban the surprise guests. Apple Music is for the poors. Get it together, ladies. That's from the South City Hoosier aficionado.
Incorrect. Apple Music is lovely.
When I think of Will Clark, do you ever get the sense that this might have been what Babe Ruth would have been like in modern era? I mean, he didn't hit, not as many home runs, but just the confidence, the swagger, the hitting the home runs.
I feel like
kind of the same size guy.
Nothing to base it on whatsoever. I just feel like Babe Ruth would have been great in a 2025 hockey locker room. That's what I
think he would have been a big hit in any locker room.
Yeah.
But I just kind of see a little bit of a modern Babe Ruth in Will Clark.
You've said enough to get your rights holder merit badge.
Well, obviously Clark didn't hit the home runs that Babe hit, but same size, and just kind of, I just envision that the personality would have been similar.
I could see it.
It's not a real hot take, I know. It's just what,
I
kind of what I see.
Wearing your hot take mittens
No, I
when
didn't
you
put the
gave
mittens
it.
on for that.
But I could see it. Jackson's exasperated over there. What's the problem?
No problem.
You sure?
Oh,
Just you put your head in your hands.
I kind of wiped off my eye. Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
You wiped off your eye.
Well, not the ball, but the protective casing and
protective casing around your eye.
It's just because you're dripping. You're dripping in culture, so you had to wipe it off your face.
Literally wiping the cultural knowledge off of my face. And Nolan Gorman got his eye back. I'm trying to retain mine. Please carry on.
Sure.
Which local female athlete would you like to see strap Jackson? That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
No.
And that's a callback to Jackson's question about which local athlete would you like to have fix your tire, which, of course, was segment 9-2 on the Stiefel dossier.
It's really hard to change a flat tire nowadays. It really, you don't get much of a jack. And sometimes you get to just a tiny little tire, and you got to crank the bar to lower it from the... Yeah, it's that whole thing. You call AAA.
Frank had a story where he had a flat tire on the side of Highway 44, and one of his kids texted later and said, "Hey, Dad, I think I saw you over there by Elm, the flat." And he goes, "Yeah, that was me." And the kid texted that he saw him, and I'm like, who doesn't stop? Who doesn't stop?
James Carlton would be right there over there in Webster Groves. He's at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent, and I recommend him wholeheartedly. Think the world of him. So glad that I was able to make the switch 6 years ago to James and his team. Good chance your insurance went up year over year, and if that is the case, you have nothing to lose by calling 314-961-4800. That's 314-961-4800. Right now, you're going to talk to a live person in the office right here in the St. Louis area, and they're going to be able to run numbers and see if they can save you money, and I have a very good feeling they can do that for you. Plus, when you need them, when you have an issue with home, life, auto insurance, or anything else that you insure, you know you're going to hear back from them that day. Good chance you're going to talk to them live that moment. How many times have you emailed your insurance agent and you haven't heard back for a few days? It's not the way that it works at James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. They're the best. That's why I made the switch. It's carltoninsurance.net. That's carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, leading you to the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, where Adam Wainwright will join us coming up at 9:30. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. 1890, it's 135 years now they've been around, helping St. Louisans. They're headquartered on the same street that they were founded on in St. Louis way back there in 1890. They're also the proud sponsors of the Cardinals and the Blues and the Stifel Charity Classic. They sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future with 12 financial advisors financial advisors in 12 offices around the region. Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. It's one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals stopped the bleeding, getting a win yesterday in Pittsburgh over Paul Skeens, nonetheless. Cardinals back in action today with a little day game action. 11:40 is your first pitch. Eric Fetty taking the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, he got game.
Okay.
Jesus Shuttlesworth, Ray Allen. Game 6, 2013, Heat, Spurs, Chasey Lane, and I think Jill Kelly, along with Denzel Washington, starring in the picture. Mila Jovovich? Do you say Mia or do you say Mila Jovovich?
I've never said either. I've never said either one, really.
I love Ray Allen. Sugar Ray. And my buddies in Milwaukee said he was like the coolest guy.
Oh, is that right?
He seemed like the coolest guy in that movie, too. And apparently he's a good dude. We'll take your Ray Allen calls.
Jackson, have you seen He Got Game?
Of course.
Oh, my God.
Is it good or bad?
It's good.
Is it?
Well,
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Hoop Rock, Tim.
Well, I mean,
But
come
it's
on.
also
But
good.
it's also Spike Lee. You have Denzel. Ray Allen, actually like a pretty good actor.
Better than Mark Hamill. How about that?
Certainly. Up there for one of the best athlete turned actor.
Nobody's better than Mark Hanna,
No.
and he's the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. And the Cardinal lineup is out here as Adam Wainwright will be joining us in about 25 minutes. Jamie Rivers at 10 o'clock now as he has adjusted his schedule from joining us at 9 to 10. That's coming up on your Stiefel dossier. Cardinal lineup is out. Martin, we were wondering if Wilson Contreras, with 21 strikeouts and 43 at-bats and hitting just above 100, would be pulled today. The Cardinals have opted to go with the career numbers against Mitch Keller, where he's 7 for 19. And so, therefore, Wilson Contreras is back in the Cardinal lineup. Here is your lineup. Lars Nootbaar in right. Contreras, DH, hitting second. Brendan Donovan in left. He's hitting third. Arenado at third, hitting cleanup. Burleson, Pajes, Scott, Sajaci, and Wynn rounds things out for the Cardinals with Eric Fetty on the mound in Pittsburgh, 11:35.
Okay. I was a little skeptical of Donovan being the number 3 hitter at the start, but boy, he's come through in a big way. 17 of 43, a couple of home runs. He's been really good.
He is a scrappy ball player. Sonny Gray, career numbers, Tim, 1 for 2 against Keller. Maybe we should ask the skipper, why aren't you playing Sonny Gray today?
He needs to pitch every night.
I saw Ray Allen at Grove 23. He played 54 that day and was a cool dude. Doug, that's Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
54 holes in one day? I bet you could do that, though, couldn't you?
Yeah, I could do that.
You'd want to?
I'd enjoy that. Yeah, now that I got the cortisone shot in my right shoulder.
Wouldn't that take you 12 hours?
Yeah,
probably.
I mean, you're in South Florida at Michael Jordan's course. You got drones delivering you beverages, and you're hanging with your compadres. What else could you ask for? You probably go 95 to Rachel's afterwards. I mean, I don't know what else I'm doing. I mean, what else is going to be better than that?
I
Eh?
don't know. 12 hours doing golf just seems like a lot.
I tried to stop after 12 holes playing with Jack Snow and Macomb, and he got mad. And he goes, "You got to play 18." And I said, "Oh, I'm done. I've got to go do a bunch of TV crap." And he's like, "You don't come out here unless you're playing 18." And I said, "Well, who invented it? It's a stupid number." And he goes, "What do you mean it's a stupid? Because that's what golf is. It's 18." And I wanted to leave, and he got really mad.
The snowman?
Yeah. And then he said, "Keep going. Just hit it straight down the middle." That was his thing. And I said, "Why do we have to play 18s?" He goes, "That's the rule." I said, "But who made up the rule?" And we had this whole like Larry David argument. And he said, just stop talking.
Was this just you and the snowman?
Yeah.
That had to be a wonderful experience.
We played it must have been like 6 a.m. because we really had to go to practice at like 9. And we played at freaking 6 a.m. And I was like, the 12 holes is plenty.
Mount Rushmore of St. Louis men's men in the last quarter century. Jack Snow is absolutely on said Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, men's men.
I'm going to put Chaser on there. And I would have put Chaser on there before the illness. So that is not a That is not a vote that is because of the current situation.
Not a heartstrings
That is
vote.
not. That would have been there before that.
Oh, Shannon. Mike Shannon.
That's a nice play.
Yeah.
It's a nice play.
And you, Tim, I guess, is
I didn't want to say
there's
it,
the
but
fourth.
I asked the
There we
question
go.
just I was wondering who would put it there.
what we have to do to
When
keep
you
our
think
jobs.
of men's men, you think of somebody with the height of Gary Coleman and the abrasive personality that gets you to run for office in City Hall. Those are the kind of things. And Jackson has announced that he's running for sanitation director. So that'll be fun. When are you leaving this show?
I won't. Much like Gottlieb, I can do my public
Or
service.
St. Louis comptroller. You just have
Public
the title,
service and,
apparently.
and entertain millions.
Ian LaPerriere says Ryan O'Reilly.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a nice play.
Rich Gould.
The Canadians often have to change out their tires with snow
Are we
tires.
back to tire changing?
I thought
or
that's what you were
what's going
talking
on?
about.
I'm not mad at you.
Get out of entire conversation. What do you think we were talking
men's
about?
men. Okay, sorry. I'm going to recuse myself.
Well, we are in 9-2, so maybe that's what you were going by the table of contents. No, he waved me off. He waved me
Waved
off.
off like you're fair catching a punt.
Good God.
Hey, guys, I submit Jackson Bennett Burkett is our new man's man here in St. Louis. That's from Big Tuft.
Yeah. I don't think I can be a man's man. Brown liquor makes me gag. I'm probably out.
Brown liquor makes you gag?
Yeah, I think I can't be. That's like the litmus test for men's men.
It is?
I
You have to be a hard drinking fella?
You know, I had a situation, Doug, what was I, 15?
I don't know how old you were, Tim.
I feel like it was around 15. And I don't know why, but I guess it was Christmas break, and I thought, I guess I'll just mess around with some whiskey by myself.
Good idea.
And I'm downstairs in my parents' basement, and it's the Christmas holidays. And what else are you going to do when you're 15 outside to drink yourself silly with whiskey on Tam Avenue? That's what I did, and I was hungover for 2 days. And so to this day, because Jackson often compares me to Cillian Murphy, is that correct?
Often, yes.
From Peaky Blinders. But all they would do in Peaky Blinders is drink whiskey. But because I got so lit up at 15 during the Christmas holidays on whiskey, I can't have whiskey.
No more
Still,
whiskey.
It's like I got sick a few months ago on the vomit comet after taco night, and I haven't been able to have taco night since.
Yeah,
it really
it'll do
sucks.
it.
I enjoyed that
It'll
taco
do it
night.
to you.
Yeah.
So did you tell your parents why you were sick?
I think they're live streaming now so they can text in.
No.
Yeah, I think I missed the Christmas Eve gala because I was so hungover. How can you be hungover at 15? Well, I was drinking by myself in the basement and enjoying whiskey.
Wow, that explains a lot.
Don't you think so? Don't you think?
So your parents didn't know?
Well, I didn't go upstairs and say, hey, I'm effed up on Dad's
I say
whiskey.
they didn't do. I mean, I've seen a few drinkers in my day.
Yeah, but
That's
it's
what
usually
happened.
Busch Light.
They just thought you were under the weather?
That's right.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, and I drank myself silly at 15 with whiskey. Yeah.
How many did you have?
I just was pounding shots of this thing out of a bottle. I mean, it really looked like Dennis Hopper and Hoosiers.
Really? Like 3 or 4 shots or more?
Oh, God, yeah.
Flight remake?
Yeah, because I didn't know any better.
Well, at 15, you have 3 or 4 shots. That's probably enough.
It was.
You could have been in the hospital.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Well, I mean, that speaks to why I'm one of the great men's men of St.
Oh,
Louis.
gosh, that's what
that
it
was
all
it?
got to.
Back in high school, my girlfriend at the time drank so much tequila, she told me, nope. And then nope. Although great text, Mr. Siders. That'll have to be for those
So the
who...
nope was you saying can't read it.
Cannot read it.
See, this show does have a filter.
Yeah.
There you go.
Nope. Right there. Mr. Siders, though, who's been very critical of Jackson's 7-iron distance. Jackson lost to him in the J. Randolph Jr. Fan Page Club Championship last year. That reminds me, Jesse Kiowski said I could share this with the audience, and therefore I shall, Doug.
Okay, share it.
The Dotem is returning in 2025.
No fooling. Oh. That's a mic drop moment for
No,
you?
it's a headphone drop. That's
Okay.
even more severe.
All right.
The Dotem is returning in 2025. How about that?
That's good news. When and where?
I believe Jesse said we'll be announcing it a week from Monday.
Okay.
A week from Monday.
Well, that's exciting.
Yes. So if
When's the last time you had it?
2 years ago, it's usually been at Normandy, but Normandy is currently in its renovation period. And so Jesse has worked, I'm telling you, I bet she called every golf course in a 6-state area, Doug.
6 states.
Yeah. all the ones that have gambling, which is everyone bordering Missouri.
Okay.
And we have one, and I visited it with her on Monday. Outstanding for the Dotem. Close, too. So tip of the cap to Jesse, and we'll have that announcement coming up. There you go. Coming up a week from Monday, I believe, is when the announcement will be. I think tickets will go on sale. Hold on a second. Watch this, Martin. Tickets will go on sale, I believe, on the 25th.
Of April.
Yes.
Now, I know you don't have a date yet, but you would anticipate being in the summer sometime as opposed to the fall?
It would be in late May.
Late May. Okay. So it's
I
coming up.
I can probably say the dates, 29th and, or 28th and 20, whatever the Thursday, 28th, 29th. There you go.
All right.
29th, 30th for end of May. I believe the 29th.
Well, you jumped in to
Thursday.
correct me, and then I think 29th and 30th?
Yeah, I thought that was the Thursday, Friday.
Got it. 29th. Either way, point being, it's returning.
I was picking. Yeah.
Caught yourself almost correcting Tim. Watch it. Watch it.
Is there like a dog collar? You get a bug, you get zapped.
Yeah, you get zapped, right? He was going to continue to send. Then
Tim's got a clicker.
No, it's actually my dad who does.
That's enough, Jackson.
Doug, is the putting green included? That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike. Martin, you might not be aware of this. Although I know you had a wonderful stay at KFNS with us. But there was a time when the management situation just knew that the Dotem was a golf tournament that, a lot of people would sign up for and participate in. And even though we knew on the show that we would be leaving at the end of the year, they wanted to try to squeeze the last few bits of TMA in the loyal sponsors and audience. And so they kind of handled the golf tournament. And one of the things in the promo commercial was that the putting green would be included for listeners when they arrived for the Dotem, which, of course, is always free. Mm-hmm. And when the audience heard that the putting green would be included, that's when they knew that this was not necessarily something that Doug, the cat, and myself were actively involved in.
Putting green, free ball washers.
Free parking.
Free parking, bag of cheese. Get your bag of cheese.
Bag of cheese.
Teeth. Not cheese. Not a bag of cheese.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule that out either.
Bag of teas. Get a gift card to the gift shop.
Stephen Wildwood, along the lines of Jackson's question from segment 9-2, which local athlete would you like in your foursome at the Dotem, Doug? How about that?
Huh.
And would they have to be willing to show up? Is that
that's an important qualifier. Again, I think Kelly Chase would be a great answer right there. He's kind of my go-to for these because I think of stories and entertainment. I think Walter would provide great entertainment, but boy, you're going to be quick on the pace of play.
He'd have to go first.
Quick on
he
the
might
pace
come out. Let's put that in play. Unless kid's playing for a cup somewhere.
Yeah.
Because I think Brady will be in too this year.
The Sens clinched a spot last night. First time in 7 years. What happens if the Senators go up against the Panthers?
Ooh, boy. And would he go to the Dotem if those two are playing at the same time?
See, I don't know. I guess if the home game's in Ottawa, it increases the chances. Oh. So, Dotem making a glorious return. Guys, Wainwright's
putting
a
green
stick.
is free?
Putting green is free.
Okay.
Putting green's free.
Okay.
Wainwright's a stick. That's from Kurt's former coworker. Yeah, he is. The Cardinals had a time with that 2004-2005 era with Wainwright, Mulder, and Jason Marquis, actually, was a great player, and then eventually Kyle Loesch. And Mulder actually would play with some guys at that course, the one that Walt was a member of but didn't remember that he was a member of until his wife saw the bill.
Mm-hmm. 10 years
I
later.
can't remember what it is. I'm sure the listeners
Whisper
will text
Rock,
it. I think that's it. That's it. In Scottsdale, a bunch of guys. I think that's where Loesch and Mulder are members now. And Mulder, who is a great player, he's like, and I had him on the podcast. I said, you ever think about playing once you're done pitching, now that you're done pitching? And he goes, man, you have no idea. I'll go out there and play with guys who are kind of middle-of-the-road pros that, hardcore golfers would only know their names. I guess people now know Pat Perez's name because of the Live Golf thing and Ches Reavie. And he goes, these guys would be sitting there drinking, playing barefoot, and they'd shoot 65, and I'd be grinding the same tees as them, and I'd shoot 72. He goes, people just don't have any idea. It's like the equivalent of being an A-ball pitcher and then going up to the major leagues. Yes, by definition, you're both professionals in the sport, but the gap between one level and the major league level, it's such a monster disparity, you know? I don't know. I don't know if you got anything close to that. I mean, I know you played college ball, but I don't know when it's all said and done, what separates it. These days, I would imagine it's velocity. I gather also movement, and then probably just the ridiculous vision, hand-eye coordination that guys have, and the ability to fire and recognize a pitch. And
it's all that. Yeah, you got to be fast enough to hit the fastball. If you can't, then it's over. That's when you realize it's over. If you can't hit 95, it's probably over for you.
What if you can't make the throw from second base to first base without it going 30 feet over the first baseman's head because you're a head case?
It's never
Is that
going
why
to
you were
start
drinking,
for you.
Tim?
Maybe that's why I started getting into the booze. This is great. This is a therapy session?
You can't throw the ball to first, go to the basement, do some shots at age 15.
Could that have led to the yips, maybe? Maybe you could make the throw until you got deep into the bottle.
Boy, I don't know. That would be a good therapy session. Oof. Yeah.
Could have thrown off your equilibrium.
I'm telling you, anytime I see somebody go through the yips. That's why we were talking with Will Clark yesterday about Ankiel. I'm like, oh, God, I know exactly what he's
I don't know if he would have been the calming voice I would turn to. Tony using Will Clark to kind of settle Ankiel down didn't seem like the best move to me. Throw it down the middle. What's wrong with you?
Is the Fan Page Club Championship happening this year? Cletus texted me and said he wants to take it over. So
really?
I said, hey, God bless America. Yeah. And by the way, Jesse Kiowski confirming May 29th and 30th, Jackson. So there you go. And Jackson is on the phone with somebody right now. I don't know who, but I know it means something, so I will tend to that. We'll take a break. Adam Wainwright's going to join us coming up. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. It has been a wild last 6 days here in the U.S., and that means that volatility has many people wondering what to do. Well, Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage has his thoughts, and you can always call him at 314-324-4440 on his personal cell phone. Stewie, what is your opinion on the state of things and this market volatility?
Well, Tim, my European grandfather always says, son, nobody knows anything. And that's why you got to take advantage on these drops. Now, this is a bit of a seesaw. Rates are dropping, then they're going back up. They're dropping, they're going back up. My advice to you is get the application in. If you're interested in refinancing, you want to save some money, free with the bagel loan, get your application in and say, hey, Stewie, when it hits this number, grab it and let's refinance and get it done. Or if you're buying a home, lock it in when you hit this number. So make up your mind how much you want to save and where you want to be, and call us and say, this is our application. We got everything in. When you're ready, go ahead and lock it for us. It's our job to watch the markets. It's not your job to sit there every minute. So get your application in, get the bagel loan. Later on, rates go down again. You can always do it for free. But if they don't go down, as my grandfather again said, nobody knows anything. A bird in the hand is better than two in the bush. Get the savings today.
Call Stewie on his cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. Thanks, Stewie. Have a great day.
You too.
So good. Go.
It had to be at the PBR bar right before they got on the mechanical bowl. Little karaoke night at the PBR bar.
Kind of gets you fired up for the 11:35 start in Pittsburgh today.
Sure does, yes. Very excited.
Adam Wainwright is Adam with the text inbox. Adam Wainwright is going to join us coming up at 9:30 here on the program, and looking forward to talking it over with Adam Wainwright. He's got an event coming up here. They got a concert featuring Adam Wainwright on July 27th at the Factory for the Big League Bash, featuring Adam Wainwright and friends. We'll talk it over with Adam Wainwright coming up here in a matter of moments on TMA. It's the 9 o'clock hour, and it's presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com. You can always watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is active right now with Ryan Crawford. He says God is the answer.
Okay.
Stan Dublin's in there saying that everything started as a single-cell organism. And so those are the kinds of conversations going on.
It's probably true.
Yeah. Evolution theory conversations are going on in the YouTube chat.
I just glance at it while we're doing the program, and that's what I saw.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Maybe they need a dossier that guides them. Jackson, do you think?
You want to do a dossier for the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat? That might have been a good spot for the changing of the tire thing.
Yeah. Well, I could test it out, test things out there.
New material.
Kind of beta test it in there.
See how it does.
If it resonates, then bring it to the program.
Yeah, like 10-1. Have we lost the modern villain in sports? That's for 10-1. I won't give it away.
But yeah, you did.
100%.
I just want
now Jackson's mad as a hornet.
I might start giving you loose leaf because I look over your dossier. It's marked up like it's a yardage book at the Masters. Look how much blue markers all over there.
I like to scribble,
and I respect that. But how about some loose leaf?
What is loose leaf?
Loose leaf paper?
I know, but what does that change? I know that it's paper, Jackie. Papers, but what does that have to do? Why would it change?
I don't know.
You could hand me a sheet at a time so I don't peek ahead.
And then reveal the secrets of the Stiefel dossier. 9:30, Adam Wainwright. 10 o'clock, Jamie Rivers. 10:45, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Adam Wainwright joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Callier and Thompson?
Well, I do, because I've been in there a couple times, and I know it's just a fantastic store. You're going to get some great design ideas. If you're looking to redo your kitchen and maybe a master bath, one of the bedrooms, you want to finish the basement, this is where you go. One of the best in town. Not just one of the best in town, and they've been that way since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 165 years of experience. The owners there, Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard, have both been there more than 20 years. They've seen it all. They've done it all. They've fixed up some of the best houses in St. Louis. And if you're on a budget, they can take care of you there, too. Maybe you don't want to redo the entire kitchen. You just want some appliances. They carry high-quality appliances like Bosch and Thermador, Wolf, Sub-Zero, and you can understand why they have been around so long, because they just do fantastic work. And maybe most importantly, this is a company you can trust to be in your home. They back up all their work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job they do. They are always there available for you if you care to make any changes. The Collier & Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take great pride in the work that they do. They always want to do the right thing by the customer, and that's what they do. So you're saying, all right, where is it? Well, it's on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Go out there, look around the showroom. They got more than 10,000 square feet of displays. You'll get some great ideas for your next redesign. Come home to quality online at KyronThompson.com.
There it is. Joining us here on 101 ESPN. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Morning After the great Adam Wainwright. Morning, Adam.
Wow.
Morning, guys. How are y'all?
Wonderful. How are you doing? Where are you? What do you have going on?
Man, I have it all going on. I'm in South Georgia right now, getting ready for this Masters week.
Yes, yes.
I am assistant coach on my daughter's 14U softball team, assistant coach on my daughter's 10U softball team, assistant coach on my son's 8U coach pitch team, and the head middle school girls golf coach. Meanwhile, I'm trying to maintain a below-average golf game and an above-average garden game. So I got it all going on, buddy.
Wow. I mean, you have diversified your interests, retirement, no such thing for Adam Wainwright. Doug likes to try to get a gauge on guys' handicap indexes. Doug, what do you think he is? I think he is currently just right at scratch. That's where I think he is.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll say +1.
+1. All right. Martin, firing about.
It's a +2.
Adam,
I
your
respect
handicap.
all of y'all's opinions. I respect it all. Now, I will tell you, right now I'm at 3.4. But I am going to Scotland this summer to play golf for a week. And so in about a month, I'm going to really pour into getting better at this game and start practicing. Practicing is something that apparently is very important. So,
Clip that off.
I'm going to try to do that for a couple of months in preparation so I don't go over there and play bad golf in Scotland. But I'm looking forward to it. And I will be, just to honor y'all's opinions of where I should be as a golfer, I will be a plus golfer, but it's going to have to take me either graduating kids out of this house or practicing more.
Wow, that's understood. With all the time that you got going on, who are you going? Are you going with any former ball players to Scotland? That sounds like a ball player trip.
You know what? It's my agent. I had the same agent for 24 years, and it's my agent's 70th birthday party, and he has 4 sons that threw him a surprise 70th birthday gift, and I'm kind of like an adopted son into that family, and we're all chipping in to take him over there.
Are you playing, as Doug calls it, St. Andrews? It's not St. Andrews.
I never say
it's
that.
St. Andrews.
St. Andrews. Okay, got it.
I never say that. How much were you able to play as an active player? Was it the kind of thing whenever you weren't pitching, you went out and played?
I was once a road trip guy usually. Didn't play hardly any at home. Every now and then I would play at home, but you know, when you're gone for a week at a time and 10 to 13 days sometimes, coming home and being like, all right, sweetie, I'm heading out to the golf course while you manage to
Doesn't work.
Not really the best husband material, so I tried to be at home as much as I could when we were home.
How about the performances this year? I think you told me last year, was it the year? Yeah, the year after you retired, you said that you were out on the road, and Jenny said, I thought you were retired. Is the schedule scaled back this year?
Jenny, is my schedule scaled back at all?
Yeah, well, you told me last year on TV that you would be scaling it back. That was your plan. But then I see you're on TV, and then you're on TV, and then you and Joe Bucket, it was something at the Symphony. Like, has the schedule, in fact, scaled back?
I think he was asking Jenny right here, right now on the air. Am I correct on that, Adam?
Yeah, and she gave me a big TBD.
Oh,
wow.
We'll see. The schedule hasn't really started yet. Right, the schedule hasn't started yet. So I've been home a lot more into spring than I was last year, but I am doing the Fox broadcast again this year, so I'll be on a lot of Saturday night games with Fox this year, 15 games with them, and I will be resuming my concert schedule as well, so the TBD is going to turn into, yeah, you're not retired, probably.
Okay.
And you've got a Big League Bash benefit concert that, of course, features you and some friends, and a number of St. Louis Cardinal fans have really gotten into watching you perform as you go from their beloved starting pitcher to now country music singer. So tell the audience what you've got coming up here at the Factory in Chesterfield in July, Adam.
Yes, July 27th, the Big League Bash. It's our first ever charity concert for Big League Impact, our charity. All proceeds going straight to our charity. We are super fired up about getting over there and playing. And I'll tell you, a lot of people ask me what my Super Bowl World Series type moment would be in the music world. And I think it would be like, you know, you're standing on stage and everybody in the crowd is singing your songs back to you. And I have played probably last year I probably played 10 or 12 shows around the Midwest area. And towards the end of our shows, there was one particular concert where I was opening up for Travis Tritt. And the crowd was like a third of the crowd was singing my songs back to me. And I was like, oh, my gosh. And I was looking at the band, and the band goes, they're loving it. They're singing it back to you, buddy. And that was just a proud moment for me, man. So we had a great year. I'm looking forward to this coming year with the shows that we're doing and that we have planned. We've got 3 or 4 on the books already around the St. Louis area that we're doing. And this year, our big one in St. Louis is going to be the Big League Bash, July 27th. Out there in Chesterfield. So can't wait to see the crowd there. Can't wait to raise a lot of money for charitable causes for Big League Impact. The people that we're serving are in dire need of food, water, shelter, and I'm just so glad that we get to partner with St. Louis fans in that endeavor.
Adam, why don't you give folks an update? How did it start, the Big League Impact, and then just some of the success stories you guys have had over the years?
It started as a I was bored of charity golf tournaments, and so my brother and I started a fantasy football league, 4 leagues of 12 people, 1 player from the St. Louis Cardinals in each one of the leagues. And it was me, Alan Craig, Matt Holliday, and David Freese, I believe. And we just had such a great time. We raised in that one charity event, the one draft in league that we played in with those guys, we raised $120,000 for water mission and what was our food charity in St. Louis? Oh yeah, Operation Food Search, and half went overseas to a water project we did in Honduras, and the other half went straight to St. Louis to do a food program for a couple of schools in need. Backpacks full of food all summer long. And, so many kids eat during the school year, but don't eat in the off season. And so we stepped in that void right there, and we're so proud to have done that. We've done that for years and years now. And we've done clean water projects across Honduras and Haiti and Dominican Republic. And we've built, community centers and all kinds of things. Dominican, we've done food projects in Mexico and Haiti. And it's just, it's really impactful when you know that the projects you're doing, the money that's raised is directly going to save people's lives. People don't know where the next meal's coming from, and we can step in, or people are getting sick from drinking water and we can step in. That's a big deal for us. And we're really proud to have served a lot of people over the years.
I know a friend of mine, I don't know if you remember him, Mark Bussin, gave you a nice donation last year, I believe. And he got such a kick out of that. He had so much fun doing that, and a lot of that gets down to your likability and how much respect people in the community have for you. He just kind of wanted to make you happy and at the same time do a great thing for Big League Impact.
Yeah, I think sometimes, you get a mix of people in the room. Sometimes people don't know anything at all about fantasy football or music even, and they get there and they show up just to support me and my cause because they are Cardinals fans. And then sometimes you get people who are the biggest fantasy football fans in the world and don't know anything about the Cardinals. And sometimes you get in there and people are like, I don't really like country music, and I just came to this concert to support you. And then everybody leaves with a smile. That's what we know we did a good job. And so it's fun. It's fun to entertain. I love entertaining. There's nothing like running out to the field at Busch Stadium, especially in a playoff game or a World Series game or something like that. There's nothing that can match that for me. But I'll tell you, the closest thing there is walking onto a stage with a big sold-out crowd in front of you. That pressure's there. The performing part of it is there, and it's a pretty cool rush that it rivals baseball. That's why I just can't wait for July 27th at Chesterfield. We're gonna put on a great show, and we're gonna raise a lot of money for people in need.
Do you write your own music? Do you have a team of people that do that for you? How's that work?
Yeah, I do write. So I the last album we did, I probably wrote 85% of every song on there. I have two co-writers that absolutely have helped me so much, that are Grammy Award-winning writers and performers that have helped me along, and Gary Baker and Greg Barnhill that kind of took me in from being maybe like a high A ball, double A writer to being a at least triple A, maybe, cup of coffee, big league writer in the country music world. And it's been fun to see the growth in that and how they've opened my eyes into writing and turning phrases and the wording of things. And, some words just don't sing well. And, originally you write songs. I always write songs, and then I send them to Gary, and Gary sits down with Greg and goes, all right, is this perfect? How can we make it better? And they always make it better, man. They might move a line here or move a line there, or add a word here or add a word there, or replace a word. But it's a really fun process. Writing is probably my favorite part of the whole thing.
Adam Wainwright, kind enough to join us here on TMA. You're listening to 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. He has his Big League Bash. It's a benefit concert featuring Adam and friends, July 27th at the Factory in Chesterfield. Adam, I know 2011 was a unique year for you in many ways because of the Tommy John surgery. Recall that announcement at spring training. And then the team surprising with that run in August, September, leading to the run through the playoffs and the World Championship. And part of that run was the trade in July that brought Octavio Dotel to the Cardinals, and tragic news out of the Dominican yesterday with his passing. What do you recall about Octavio Dotel? Because your good friend Yadier Molina was posting tributes to him yesterday, and a lot of guys who played with him talked about him just being a really joyful person in the clubhouse, a fun guy, and that's my recollection of him with your 2011 team.
Yeah, it was really sad when I learned that yesterday, because originally we heard that he was okay. He was recovering in the hospital, and then we had a big group chat of former Cardinal players that we do Bible studies and just keep in contact or whatever. And originally we thought he was okay, and so we were just real relieved. And then the word came through that he actually had passed away in the hospital. And man, that's my third. I think that's my third teammate to have passed, maybe fourth teammate to have passed away. And it's just you never think of life as that finite until something like that happens. You just never know. And that's what Yadier and I were talking about yesterday. You just never know when your last breath is going to be, so you got to enjoy life. But I'll tell you, in Dotel, everybody that played with Octavio Dotel will tell you that guy never stopped smiling. He was always in a great mood, always uplifting people, teammates. And one of those guys that you just need in the clubhouse, a glue guy that keeps it light in there, makes, everybody reminds people that, big league life is pretty awesome. Sometimes we get in the habit of, oh gosh, I can't believe we got to travel here or travel there. And he never wiped that smile off his face, and it was always encouraging, man. It's sad to see him go, because he was such a great guy in the clubhouse and great teammate and great friends with so many people. I mean, he played for, I think he has the record, or right at the record for most teams played for. And it speaks to the man when everybody he played for says the same thing. Yeah. He was the same every day that he showed up, always in a great mood and always ready to play a game. Total pro. He'll be missed for sure. You mentioned Yachty. He's now living in Texas. I guess his son's playing ball, living in the Austin area. And he's talked about wanting to be a manager. He's done it internationally. Do you see that happening? I just can't picture. I can't see him dealing with the media like 3 times a day, but maybe that's where he gets Benji to come in, and he's like my PR person, spokesperson, like the White House. Do you think it'll happen that Yachty will one day be a big league manager? Yeah, I do. I mean, especially if he wants to do it, a job will open up for him, because, and I think he's had job offers, just not the ones he wanted. I know that he wants to do it, and I'll tell you, he's the smartest baseball person I ever played with, and that's no small statement. I played with a lot of incredibly gifted, wonderful Hall of Fame type players, but none of them as baseball smart as Yachty. And he's just on a different level thinking-wise. Now, I do think I could see him having a press secretary. Don't you think Benji's a good call, don't you think? I always said the same. Yeah, Benji would be great at that. I always said the same thing about Jose Oquendo, who would have also been a great big league manager. He would have been a great field manager, but he would have had a hard time with the press too. But he might have had a press secretary also. But Yachty continues to surprise me, because every time I think that he can't do something or won't do something or shouldn't do something or needs to do something, he finds a way to make it happen. And the managerial skills that he'll bring as far as in-game management will be next level. I can tell you that.
Do you still miss the big league lifestyle at all, or are you just so busy now that you don't have time to miss it? But after 18 years...
he's an assistant coach, and he's an assistant coach, and he's an assistant coach.
I know. You'd think he'd have enough experience to be the head coach somewhere.
Yeah, I guess he's just
Well, don't forget, I am the head golf coach of the middle school golf girls.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of disrespected that. They're working on compressing their 4-irons this week.
The great thing about being a volunteer assistant, I always say volunteer assistant too. The great thing about being a volunteer assistant is that you can leave whenever you want. There's nobody's on the text thread expecting you to set the game plan or whatever. Now, I will say that when I show up to these practices, many times I'm running the practice. I just am not in name the head coach, which is absolutely the best way to possibly do that. I mean, I recommend that if you can. As far as playing ball, I miss the competition of the thing. More than that, I miss being around guys and big league dinners. Those are if you listen to a lot of longtime big league players, they'll tell you the clubhouse is what they miss the most. The guys hanging out with the guys. I am not. My body feels great. I am coaching kids, not missing anything. I don't. I got to be real honest. I don't miss the big league life at all, other than that clubhouse and hanging with the guys. There's so many friendships you make in baseball that are just hard to match in the real life, in the real world, when you get outside the game. I think that's where a lot of players struggle is making friends and relating to others after the game's over. We talked about that yesterday in our group study. But I don't miss missing everything that my kids were doing. You know what I mean? I don't miss having to leave on a 14-day road trip and not seeing my wife for 2 weeks. I don't miss that at all. We do miss St. Louis. We miss Jupiter, Florida, and so for spring break we went down to Jupiter, Florida this year and hung out for a few days, just going to all our favorite restaurants and not having to get up at 5 a.m. in the morning to go to the field. It was great. I loved every minute of it. It was awesome. So I'm loving where life is having me right now. I know Matt Holliday's listening right now. He keeps texting me. So shout out to Matt Holliday, who's on that group text with me. He's walking through life with me, and it's just a great friend. And I'm not missing it, man. I really am not. I was supposed to play in that Savannah Bananas game in St. Louis. Oh. And so I got back in shape, which was a blessing, because I went cold turkey, not working out for about a year. And now I'm back getting stronger again. Matt made fun of my biceps earlier this year, and he said, "You're getting soft. You got to start working out." So I got back in shape for the Bananas game and got it on the mound and was throwing, and my arm felt better than it has in years and years, and I was throwing bullets, and I was just so happy with being able to feel that again. And then I kind of tweaked my rotator cuff. So I'll be out for a month or two from throwing hard batting practice to Caleb and Sadie. But other than that, I'm doing great.
Tim, that's the only time we ever hear from Matt is when other callers are on.
Yeah,
and then Matt tends to chime in.
It's either Mr. Licks or Adam Wainwright. It's one or the other.
He'll text me, "Who's on the line, Martin?" I'm like, "Call in, Matt." Your career in St. Louis couldn't have been a better time. I mean, you show up, and Albert's in his heyday, and Edmonds rolling the gang still here. All the playoffs, all the winning. But I was always wondering, when you got traded, because you probably always wanted to be an Atlanta Brave, were you disappointed in the moment when it happened? And I know Walt Giacotti said he insisted that you were part of that deal, and the Braves were like, we don't want to give him, we don't want, okay. In the moment, were you let down?
I'll tell you, Walt Jockey's a smart man. Smart man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? this is a longer story than we have time for, but I was actually in the process of asking my future father-in-law for his permission to marry his daughter in the conversation, mid-conversation, when I got the call that I'd been traded. It was funny because I was like, sir, they lived up in North Georgia at the time. I was like, sir, we'll just be down the road about an hour away. You can come see us whenever you want. It'll be great. We play in the big leagues with the Braves. And then to get the call, and 5 seconds later, I'm like, so we're not going to be 1 hour down the road. We're going to be in St. Louis, a few hours away, but it'll still be great, But I'll tell you, at the time, if I had been traded 2 years prior, I would have been absolutely devastated because when I was traded, I was the number one prospect for the Braves, but I was kind of trending the other way. I think the next year I would have been like number 8. There was guys, prospects starting to pass me up on those lists, and I was getting passed up for promotions, and I had a bad reputation for being late and not working hard, and I needed to change. The greatest blessing to my baseball career ever was being traded to the Cardinals and being able to sit by Chris Carpenter in spring training every year and just watch him work and learn from him. That was such a blessing. I don't know if I would have ever been the player that I ended up being if I'd have stayed with the Braves, just because I had so many bad habits. There was tons of people to pattern your game after that were Hall of Fame players. I mean, I was in camp with Smoltz, Maddox, Glavine, Chipper Jones. There was no reason for me to not work hard, and yet I still was not living up to the potential that I should have, and I needed that change, so it ended up being great. In the time, I was only worried about getting a yes from my future father-in-law. So we were married for 20 years now, so everything worked out.
I remember that first Jupiter, Wainwright showed, probably was 2005, and I said something to Mozeliak, I said, wow, that Wainwright, he's really skinny. And Mo said, yeah, you ought to try it. And I was like, oh, thanks, Mo.
It's a pretty good line, I have to say. I tip my cap.
He's good. He's really good at those one-liners, if you know him. He's sharp like that.
Yeah, he likes to insult this program on a regular basis, and we certainly agree with him. Hey, real quick before I let you go, who you got on the Masters, and have you played Augusta National?
I played Augusta one time after our 2006 win of the World Series when we got rings and hoisted the trophy. I don't know if y'all remember that. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
that was 2006.
I remember that, yeah.
I remember that, too. It was pretty cool. I was there.
Yeah.
And that was really fun. I got to play. One of the members invited us up after that and had a great time. But, it's been so long. If there's members out there listening right now, I have kind of forgotten it, So I probably should get I should probably get a return, just to see if I remember how it was. But I will say, my wife and I are packing up right now. We are going to Augusta. We're going to go watch the Masters for a couple games for a couple days. And, that's a good thing about living in God's country down here in South Georgia. You can just run up the road to Augusta real quick.
What is it, about an hour from where you are? Hour and a half?
It is. No, it's about 3 hours.
3 hours?
Would they let you join if you wanted to?
Road, I guess.
Would they let you join? Would they let you join Augusta if you went to them and told them who you were and tried to join, be a member?
No. If you ask to be a member, you'll never be a member.
That's right.
Oh, gosh.
That's right.
That's the same policy at St. Louis Hills Country
I
Club.
probably will never get invited for asking to be invited just a minute ago,
Chairman Ridley is listening to the program.
You got to shoot it. There's a member out there listening. They want to take me to Augusta. I'm willing. I will feel that. I will jump on that grenade for somebody, So
look at that.
It's a nice gesture.
I kind of feel like we have our Masters correspondent, Tim. If Waino, just Matt, don't call in. Just text. We'll have a texting relationship. Waino can give us a Masters update on Friday via text.
Yeah, the issue is, of course, as I'm sure you're well aware, Adam, you and Jenny, you will not be able to have your phone on the grounds, right. Doug. The patrons do not call them fans. The patrons are not allowed to have their phones.
That's right. So you'll just have to watch for me on TV. I won't have my phone on me, but I will be. I got three favorites. We're going to watch my buddy Zach Johnson and my buddy Brian Harmon. Brian's playing really good golf. Just won the Texas Valero Open last week, so He's one of my dark horses to win this thing, but the other two, the most obvious two, Scotty Scheffler and Rory's been playing really, really good golf. So those two are going to be in the thick of it. I think it would be fun to see Rory win another major, but I'd rather see my buddy Brian Harmon win it.
The little happy Hunter getting a chance to go back-to-back this weekend after winning the Open.
So he won boots. And
he got boots. Yeah, you got to put on
green jacket with the boots.
Texas.
You can pair those, Tim.
Yeah, you can pair them. It's a nice accoutrement. Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, the two favorites. Doug, if you want to fire a bullet at Brian Harmon, that would be a big payoff.
All right.
If that were to happen. And if Zach Johnson were to win for the first time since 2007, that would be even more incredible. Adam, well, we enjoy the conversation anytime we get a time to chat with you. And thanks so much for spending some time. Once again, for the audience members, Adam, once again, continuing to give back and enjoy his country music career. It is the Big League Bash benefit concert featuring Adam Wainwright and friends, July 27th at the Factory in Chesterfield. Adam, thanks for the time and enjoy Augusta this week, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's Adam Wainwright with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines en route to the Masters, where he will be cheering on the Happy Little Hunter.
Happy Little. Why did he get that nickname, the Happy
Jackson,
Little Hunter?
why is he the Happy Little Hunter?
He's certainly from Georgia, so he's like the happy little hunter from Georgia. I think he just hunts. He's quite short.
And he's happy when he hunts? Must be.
It seems like just
by definition.
Aggressive crowdsourcing.
Aggressive crowdsourcing.
We expect you to know
What's the difference
that.
between crowdsourcing and aggressive?
A follow-up.
Yeah, if you're getting peppered.
That's how you know. There's a
When Barry Pepper over here is getting peppered. That was Steve Spagnuolo and my Rich Incognito. Man, I answered the question, and you kept coming back for more. Like, well, you didn't really answer the question.
Outstanding. Adam Wainwright, how about the fact that he corroborates Benji Molina's, when he was in studio with us, that Yadier Molina's already been offered MLB managerial jobs. I came out of Twitter retirement, at least the Gift Depot version. I thought, well, that's going to be of note to Cardinal fans that Yadier Molina has been offered Major League Baseball manager. Now, I know Benji said that, but I think some people thought he might have just been saying he had conversations. But Yadier Molina has already been tapped on the shoulder for opportunities. Guess we can, by process of elimination, figure out who they were and who Adam said they weren't necessarily the right opportunities. Yeah. But this guy's going to manage, Martin. He likes the press secretary idea you put forth.
He's on board with that.
makes you think for the Cardinals, or for Yadi, it's the Cardinals or nobody. Right?
I don't think that.
No, I think in the moment when I don't know what city's offered, but no, I think and I think Benji has also said that. Like, he's not going to wait on the Cardinals. If he gets an opportunity, he's going to take it. I would also like to suggest or offer Matt Holliday, Listener of the Month. Has he ever won Listener of the Month? I think at this point.
I think one of the core issues on that is him going to tmastl.com and signing up.
Yeah.
That could be
passing the test to get in.
Yeah.
Well, can we get a waiver? I think he's earned this.
Is this aggressive crowdsourcing by asking?
No, but rules are in place for a reason. And you know, if
did I just get tisked?
No, but if you at the first sign of a way to skirt around the rules, you do it. What were the rules even there for in the first place?
Wow. Okay. Well, sorry, Matt. I tried.
Yeah. No.
Just a thought.
Maybe one more call, and then.
One more call. And I tried to vote for
hostage in that way.
Similar to having rules. I went to that St. Louis magazine. I tried to write in candidate Jackson as top radio personality. I was going to make it into a thing.
Oh, were you?
But then I think I had to get like 10 total votes. I was going to keep faking names, and I just stopped. I started the process and I never finished it. But I thought it'd be funny if I could just overload St. Louis magazine as you the top, which I think you should win.
Thank you.
Thank you for acknowledging.
But I had to do it as a write-in, so it was making it more work.
Right. Well, that's going to be tough. Because I'm already going to be sanitation commissioner.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, he's getting really diversified.
You're like Wainwright. You got a lot on your plate.
Mm-hmm. Martin, I know it's 10 o'clock, so that means onboarding is probably about to commence. The 10 o'clock hour getting underway with me, Jackson, and Doug. Chairman Kurt is taking his driver's test.
Yes.
Today. Yeah. That's why he's not here.
It would take a few hours to get in.
Yeah. So that's why the chairman's not here. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. Jamie Rivers in a matter of moments. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Together Credit Union, all around the St. Louis area, 14 branches for this great credit union that can also help you with mortgage loans. Think about this. The process can be complicated, even better if Together Credit Union is with you every step of the way. They are the hometown home loan provider. Together Credit Union has a home loan solution for every buyer out there. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, home equity, jumbo loans. They have it all. They even have specialty loans like FHA. Together Credit Union understands the mortgage loan industry. It all gets complicated. They're here to take you through the entire process. They do it and make it easy. And keep in mind, everything here, the underwriting, the servicing, it's all done locally. So stop by and see them. Together Credit Union in town. 14 locations. Go online, fill it out, find out about the rates at togethercu.org. Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin Kilcoyne just letting us know that Matt Holliday has let him know that he will not be signing up for TMA Listener of the Month, even though he was aggressively texting Adam Wainwright during Adam Wainwright's appearance here on the program in the previous segment. And you can go back and podcast that by watching on YouTube or the TMA STL app, brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. And it is our pleasure right now to talk it over with the Fast Lane's very own Jamie Rivers, who joins us from Edmonton. But he's not on the call tonight, so he gets the dream scenario, a day off in Edmonton. Am I correct, Jamie?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, dreams don't get any better than this, boys. You know.
What do you do? Just go to the big mall there?
Oh yeah, the West Edmonton Mall is certainly something to see, Doug. That's for sure.
Don't sound that excited about it, really. Kind of surprising.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Darn it.
Jamie Rivers, where the Blues will take on the Oil tonight. It is a TNT game, but he is traveling with the boys from Winnipeg to Edmonton and then off to Seattle. I was listening to you and John Kelly talking about it during the Winnipeg game on Friday. Blues sitting there, I don't know, late in the third period with something like 13 shots. And I know it's probably a little bit of both, but was that indicative of a team that just was kind of on fumes from the streak and the number of games they'd played in a condensed amount of time? Or was it indicative of the impact of Dylan Holloway not being available? What was your analysis from what you saw and maybe from what you would talk to the guys about, Jamie?
The one you left out was the fact that the Winnipeg Jets are a pretty good hockey team.
Yeah, you got to include that. Got to credit the other guys too, huh?
I mean, they're first in the league, I believe, right now in the NHL. It's not by accident. They're a really good hockey team. And, you know, when you're a team that's riding a 12-game heater into a Canadian city, the media run with that. And so when we were in Winnipeg, you know, their media is all over the 12-game streak, and their media is comparing it to the 2019 team. And we all know the 2019 team went right through Winnipeg in the first round in order to win their first Stanley Cup. And so all of this was kind of percolating in Winnipeg to where I guarantee that team was sitting there going, okay, we can't have this team come in here and embarrass us. And at the same time, you guys know this, when you're playing against a team that's won 12 in a row, there's a certain amount of, not fear like physically, but you're like, okay, are they going to hand us our ass again here today? Like, we don't want to be the next team on the list of the 13-game heater if that was to be. So Winnipeg played hard. They defended very well. I feel like the Blues a little bit on fumes, maybe not so much from the streak itself, but just they played a lot of hockey recently, and it's just a fact. The body gets tired at times, and sometimes the mind gets tired too. When you're on such a great streak, you figure we can get away with anything almost and win, and they did do that for a couple of games. Let's not forget. They weren't great games, but the Blues ended up winning those games. And, you know, you get that sometimes in your head that you can continue to do that. So for me, it was a combination of all of those things that made the wonderful streak come to an end the other night in Winnipeg.
And this game tonight figures to be tough because Edmonton's still trying to nail down the playoff spot of their own, so there will be no cakewalk tonight either.
No, it won't be a cakewalk tonight. And what's good and bad about tonight is that I believe, hasn't been confirmed yet, but I believe McDavid and Draisaitl will be out. So one would think, okay, that's great. Two of the best players in the world are out of the game. From that standpoint, yes, but you don't want your team, if you're Jim Montgomery, you don't want your team thinking, oh, they don't have McDavid and Draisaitl. It's going to be a lot easier than we thought. Like, not that guys think that way, but you start to play the game differently. You're not as aware defensively. You're not as on point when you're out there with your passing or your puck management stuff. So you got to be worried about that. And you also have to factor in that there's a lot of guys that will be in their lineup that maybe this is their opportunity to get more ice time, play a bigger role, show the coach what they can do before playoffs. And that means they're going to be a hungry team. You got to be ready to match that, or you come out of here tonight after the game without any points at all, and that's going to sting.
Jamie, John Kelly was talking with us yesterday, and he said he thinks that there is a chance that we will see Colton Parayko on this road trip. So we talked a little bit about the Holloway situation, its potential impact on what we saw Monday, but the Blues could get a kick in the backside if Parayko's back. What are you hearing there?
Yeah, I definitely think it's a possibility. I'm not sure that it would be tonight in Edmonton. He had a full practice yesterday, looked pretty good, but I think right now the Blues are very intelligently kind of being patient. You know, you've got a player like Colton Parayko that's just sitting there waiting to come back, and you don't want to rush that and have him tweak something again when you haven't needed him. You've been on a 12-game winning streak. Yes, you lost to Winnipeg, but that's not certainly a moment where you hit the panic button and all of a sudden you rush a guy back in the lineup. So I think they're going to wait till Colton feels 100% fine and all the medical staff are comfortable with it. I think you could probably see him in Seattle. Definitely, if not Seattle, I think you definitely see him against Utah before the end of the season.
So it appears certain that he would be ready for the playoffs then, right?
Yeah, I believe so. If the playoffs were to start tomorrow, I think Colton Parayko would play. But again, that goes back to me saying there's no need to just rush him back in just because.
Right. And they played Hope for 2 of the last 3 starts. Anything to read into that or no?
Absolutely nothing to read into that, Doug. Nothing at all. They're managing the minutes for Jordan Binnington because I think this team feels, although they haven't secured a playoff spot yet, I think the odds show that it's pretty good that they will. And whenever they do secure a playoff spot, Jordan Binnington's your guy, and you don't want him tired at all. You want him well-rested, gassed up for a massive run if you're the Blues.
Blues and Oilers tonight, and you can hear it right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-games at 8 p.m., puck drop at 9 p.m., and if you are in the Edmonton area and you're streaming via the 101 ESPN app, you can look for Jamie Rivers at the West End Mall. Is that what it's called, the West End Mall?
Check out August Max.
Yeah. I'd always be in the back of Spencer's. That's where you can find me. That's where I would be, so that's where that might be.
Well, that's hard to believe.
Jamie, enjoy the day off in Edmonton. Thank you for your time this morning, sir.
All right, boys. Have a good day.
You too. It's Jamie Rivers in Edmonton, where the Blues will take on the Oil tonight, and then they will be heading to Seattle before coming back to take on Utah. And then, Doug, will it be Winnipeg? Will it be VGK?
Well, I don't know.
Dallas decided that a 3-goal lead with a minute last night against the Canucks was not enough, and then they wound up losing in overtime. It's an all-timer, by the way, as far as the NHL goes. So the Stars catching the Jets, not looking really likely. The Kings catching Vegas, not looking really likely. Starting to be able to dial in the 8 teams and where they will be seated. It's just really, I think at this point, more or less what it's going to look like on what order the Blues and the Wild will be. I kind of am intrigued by, and I wonder deep down, I'd be curious. My guess is they probably are just like, yeah, the kind of the Bernie Federko approach. I don't know. We'll just play our game, and wherever we wind up playing, we'll play. I think it would be fair to say that the easier route would be through the Pacific, because you got the Stars and Avalanche.
Whoever it is, set them up just to knock them down, Tim.
So you don't. I was so pulling for the Bruins when the Blues were making their run. Mm-hmm. I just thought it made it more. Legitimate isn't the right word. It just makes the story better if it's an original 6 and it's Boston and St. Louis that lost to the Sox twice, lost to the Patriots.
It helped it.
Yeah, I think because I think they were they playing at Jackson. I know you were monitoring the 2019 Eastern Conference. Were the Bruins playing the Hurricanes?
I thought it was the Hurricanes.
Was it? Who else might it have been?
Would you have said that standing game from Luke? That's standing game from Luke. I actually do think it was the Hurricanes.
I think they played the Isle and then they played the Hurricanes, and I remember thinking, it's just better if the Blues play the Bruins. And then it winds up being Game 7. I mean, what else could you ask for? So, yeah, I mean, what if it's let's see Petrangelo, then let's see the Oil with Holloway and Broberg going back there, all hell breaking loose. But you get to go up against McDavid and Draisaitl. Not that that's fun, but it seems like the Oil might be resting them. And then circle back, and then you get the Steamer and you get the Avs. Doug? If you're interested in that for the Western Conference Finals, a little rematch of 2001, Joe Sakic in overtime, Game 5. Am I right? Brent Johnson got the start instead of Turek?
It seems right, but it's a while ago.
And Gusarov was smoking under the stands.
During the playoffs even?
That's correct, right before Game 5. And then you see Craig Berube in the Stanley Cup Final. And then the parade will be June 14th at noon. June 14th.
What do you do as a coach if you're ready to hit the ice before a playoff game and one of your coaches one of your players is inhaling a heater?
My understanding is Sasha Havanoff used to enjoy them in between periods. So I don't know how stunning it was then. Now it might stand out a quarter century.
Even in a no-smoking building.
That might be why Gusarov was hiding under the bleachers.
Could have been.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The St. Louis region was buzzing with the Magic and Hawks game last night. The Magic win 119-112. Paolo Banchero with 33 points make that 20 straight 20-point games for the former Duke Blue Devil. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. We've been joined in the last hour by Adam Wainwright and Jamie Rivers. Miss anything? Go back and podcast. Podcast like the Dickens is what I say, via the 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app, two separate apps, and you can enjoy the program anytime you would like, or just go back on YouTube and enjoy the show, watch the show, talk it over at youtube.com/TMASTL, and you can go back and watch the show there as well. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is where you can hang out and talk with other listeners during the program. That's the TMASTL YouTube channel. We always say the name of the game on this program, and one of the main reasons why it's been around since 2004 is the audience supporting the sponsors. That's what it comes down to. And one of our longtime sponsors is Mentality. Mentality is online at mentality.com/radio, and that's where you can check it out, mentalityhealth.com/radio. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio and find out how to book an appointment or find an offer. It's Mentality. I've been out there to get tested, and it was super easy, in and out in 20 minutes, and friendly staff. Great to get your information on your testosterone levels. They're a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. They focus on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality online at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio. Send your emails in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, which comes your way here in about 20-25 minutes. And always feel free to go back and podcast on 101 ESPN and TMASTL via the Schaefer Door Company podcast, especially today with Adam Wainwright and Jamie Rivers joining us on the program. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Hey, Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. If spring cleaning has you thinking about spring upgrading, this is the month to do it. Freshen up your home's look, boost your energy, efficiency, and save big during Universal Windows Direct's spring home improvement event. Right now, it's their classic fan favorite offer. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Need 4? You pay for 2. Need 12, you pay for 6. You get the idea, but this month the savings do not stop there. For a limited time, Universal Windows Direct is also offering no interest until 2030. That's right. Upgrade your home today and don't pay a cent in interest for 6 whole years. It's the easiest way to start your project now without the financial pressure. It's all with Universal Windows Direct. You'll love the way your home looks and feels. Universal's professional team handles everything with precision and care, and their exclusive Super Spacer technology helps your new windows perform better and last longer. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your curb appeal, increase your energy savings, and take on those big projects with confidence. Schedule your free in-home estimate today by calling 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Welcome back. It is the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you on the show. And you can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL. And you can always go back and watch it anytime you want. And that's where the Michelob Ultra chat is. And we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in a mere matter of moments. Doug, I'm a client. Martin's a client. You're a client. It's Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling.
They just do fantastic work. Whenever you have a problem with your furnace or air conditioning, that's the name you need to think of first, Design Air. Go ahead and put it in your contact list. So when something happens, and sooner or later something's going to happen, you're going to need maintenance, or hopefully not a whole new unit, but you might. Design Air is the company that can take care of you, as they've been taking care of St. Louisans now since 1904. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business, and you don't hang around that long in this town unless you're doing it right. They are also the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. Seth Goldcamp and his crew of technicians are absolutely the best in town. They'll come out, and you know what they'll do? They'll put on those little booties on their shoes so they don't track dirt into your house. It's a nice little touch. They'll never try to upsell you. They'll always give you exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here on TMA the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Coming up at 11 o'clock, BK and Ferrario. I'm heading down the hallway to do the Spread Zone podcast with Riz and Anthony Stalter. That'll be up on the 101 ESPN YouTube channel, the TMA STL YouTube channel, and the 105.7 The Point YouTube channel. Doug Masters preview. And then I'm interviewing Justin Ray for the Tim McKernan Show podcast for golf fans out there. I don't know if there is anybody around the game with better statistical knowledge of the game than Justin Ray, and he's a University of Missouri journalism guy, and I'm going to talk it over with him coming up at 11:45, so that'll be on the Tim McKernan Show podcast feed coming up. Jackson, who is your play for the Masties?
I say it every year. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but Rory.
You want Roars.
I really want Rory to complete the slam. And
that'd be meaningful for you?
He has, to me, the most beautiful golf swing in the history of the game.
Really?
Yeah,
and Jackson's played with me, too.
It's true. It edges out Tim, you know. Certain aspects of Tim's shot are better.
That's a lemming move.
But the swing altogether.
Okay.
But Rory is who I want to win.
Okay.
Despite, you know, some stuff he's said or done the last 2 or 3 years, you know. I wouldn't say he's the most popular golfer in the world. I think his popularity.
Was his comments about Bridgerton yesterday?
No. It's the live stuff. I think he's been on people's bad side over the past couple of years, and you know, I think he's in a tough spot. And I think it was a brutal way to lose last year in the U.S. Open, so I want to see him get that monkey off his back and get a green jacket. Plus, I'd be curious to see what his Masters dinner would look like.
Oh, okay. What would your Masters dinner be like?
White Castle.
Meatloaf, same thing.
Just meatloaf?
That'd be the main entree, but like a fancy meatloaf.
That's your favorite food, meatloaf?
No, but it's the most consistent. It always gets the job done.
All right.
I like meatloaf.
Mm-hmm. Just a slab of meat.
Chicken wings, waffle fries.
This guy's a meat and potatoes guy. Chicken wings and waffle fries? Yeah, like General Tso's?
Very relatable.
Yeah. And then
meat and potatoes.
And then donuts for dessert.
Well, yeah, you got to wash it down with something.
Donuts aren't dessert.
Why not?
It's a breakfast treat.
Yeah, see, that's why people in this country touch hefty.
Wow.
Not you, Doug.
You'd be better off having it.
America was just fat-shamed by Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN at 10:36 Central Time, April 9th, 2025. Wow.
You'd be better off having the donut in the morning than at night.
Oof.
In the morning, you got all day to work it off. At night, you know, the last thing you eat, that's what you're going to have to probably live with.
In hockey, they always talk about setting the tone. And if you're starting off the day with a donut, you've set a tone.
Let me tell you something. I want you to listen and listen good. My family may or may not be associated with a local donut business. I don't want to hurt the business by naming it.
No.
because it's one of the fascinating elements of the 0.1% of this audience. But nonetheless, so I will patronize said establishment. Otherwise, I'm not a donut boy. But let me tell you something, and it could be anyone. It's got nothing to do with family business. If I brought some to the trivia night that I went to with Kerry Davis, Anthony Stalter, and Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse this past Saturday. And I said, hey, have some treats. And initially the way it starts off is you're picking at the donut, because in 2025, especially like at 9 at night, you don't have like a Chris Farley situation where somebody just grabs a donut and starts eating it.
No, especially a Long John, It's tough to be the guy with a Long John in your hand.
These were apple fritters.
Yeah,
it's kind of the signature.
It's a large donut
of the certain establishment.
Yeah,
I'm a cinnamon twist guy.
Yeah, I like those.
You like those?
Yeah,
I did bring the chocolate Long Johns as well. Can't recall what else. And then people, once they have a couple picks, then the next thing they know, it's just
it's gluttonous. It's gluttonous. Gluttonous. Now, I love donuts. They're like my favorite dessert.
There's something in there, which I believe White Castle has as well. And I celebrate it. That is damn near addictive. Sure. And I enjoy the hell out of it.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
Copious amounts of sugar.
So we still have like little picks of donuts around.
Yeah.
Usually, you guys see, if you watch the program, my eating schedule, it's really exciting. I have coffee in the morning. I don't eat. I have a banana at 8 o'clock, and then I have my protein shake at 9 o'clock. That's what I do. It's thrilling, but that's how I kind of, maintain being a $155, which is really kind of a lot of man.
Yeah. A lot of bulk there. A lot of beef.
But I saw the little box from the donut place, and I started picking this morning at one of the cinnamon twists. And the next thing I know, I've had a cinnamon twist.
Mm-hmm. And they're delicious.
They are.
That's fantastic.
But I feel an amount of self-loathing that can only be compared to when I ride my wife Sibian. And other than that, it's right there. It's like neck and neck. It's like Lincoln and Washington on that Mount Rushmore. Yeah.
You shouldn't be riding anything. The donuts is less of a sin.
Wow. Literal kink shaming there.
Yeah, that was.
Light kink shaming.
Definitional kink shaming.
To the T. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA. Is this the design, air, heating, and cooling method statement? It's not. Okay. Gentlemen, I assume, although that's not fair based on the research, that this show is now 80% female listeners.
I don't know. I doubt that.
Okay, well, Sharon and Clayton sent this in. It's sugar, Tim. It's the most addictive substance on the planet.
Okay, you just got scolded.
Is sugar really the most addictive?
Probably not. The most addictive thing would be legal.
Sure. Outside of this program.
Nice. That was a nice promo. The person I think is the gentleman said, "So are we getting your master's pick, Tim?"
He's
You better believe it, you will. But you're going to get it on the spread zone, which we're recording at 11 o'clock. And I can't wait to talk it over with Justin Ray, because that guy's got, I'm telling you, was it Justin Ray Golf on the Twitter tweets?
Yeah.
The knowledge that he has. I saw Paul McGinley and Brandel Chambly citing him yesterday, and Trey Wingo, former KSTK sportscaster, who I think's got it all figured out. Anybody who gets into that podcast space and like really gets it going, I'm not talking about the 99.9% who do podcasts that don't bring in a dollar, but really get it going. They go, God, I wish I would have been doing this all my career. But I guess it was really only economically viable in the last 15 years. But either way, he was raving about him, so that's who I'm talking with at 11:45. That'll be up on the Tim McKernan Show podcast feed coming up. And then I will allocate a variety of wagers based on what Justin Ray. So you can say, oh, I'm doing this for the podcast. I'm doing this for my own financial.
Oh, you are?
It just might end up in your ear holes, you, the listener.
That's correct. But you're going to hear me asking him questions for betting purposes. Although I will tell you this, from a golf data standpoint, Augusta is the most predictive golf course of all of the courses they play throughout the course of the year.
So go for Scheffler. He's the best player. He's most likely.
Certainly,
to win.
I mean, it makes sense. He's plus 450. McIlroy's plus 650. If you're building daily fantasy lineups, you either have to essentially put Scheffler on every one of your lineups, or you have to fade him on every one of your lineups, and you just have to make that choice. He's not a guy you can sprinkle and build optimal lineups on, because he's going to be so highly owned, so you got to kind of make that choice. I wouldn't mind seeing him win. I won't be betting him, but not because I don't like him to win. I just think mathematically it isn't optimal. But, I mean, a guy to win, what would it be, 3 and 4 years?
Yep. 22, 4, and then 5.
Yeah. And Rahm was in between, and Matsuyama was in 21.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, how can you argue with what we're seeing with regard to the dominance, and the course sets up for him quite well, although what course doesn't set up for Scotty Scheffler? So
St. Louis Hills Country Club, probably.
St. Louis Hills Country Club is just more of a shot maker's course.
That's right. That's right.
Doug, it plays 48 yards from the tips.
Right.
48 yards from the tips.
What course isn't a shot maker's course? Which course rewards lousy shots?
I guess a course where it's wide open and you just bomb.
Yeah.
But
like
you still got to
style.
get to the green and make the putt.
Right, but I mean, you don't necessarily have to shape it like Bubba Watson. Was that 2010 where
I
he
don't know
shaped
the
it on
years.
10 around the right to left?
One of the greatest hooks ever.
See? Yeah,
is Sandy Lyle back in the field? Him and
no,
the
Sandy
suspenders?
Lyle's done.
Damn,
I think
that was my pick.
I know Bernhard Langer is playing his final Masters after he continues to win on the Champions Tour.
Yeah. Him and like Ernie Els, like just run that.
But I think he's 10 years younger than Ernie Els or
Really?
something like that. I mean, what Bernhard Langer's doing is insane. All right, Jackson Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up, and I'll have my Masters picks on the Spread Zone podcast. So watch that. That's coming up, and that'll be posted here probably within the next 90 minutes. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Tune in tonight as the Blues take on the Oilers right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 8 p.m., puck drop at 9 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. It is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day.
Okay, all right.
Why do you hate my passion?
Well, I don't know. There was a lot of passion there, that's for sure.
What would your master's meal be? Jackson, meatloaf. Perfect. Thanks, and stay tuned. That's from #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin, a.k.a. ASMR Bernhard Langer, the 5th 2.0. Swing by the YouTube page later today for our Colt Masters special, and I'll be assigning various draft board targets to golfers on the Masters leaderboard and whispering my way through their key measurables and stats. Mike Green for Mike Marshall. Mike Green for Marshall. More like Jose Luis Ballester. Teehee. Patreon subscribers can watch me topless. Yummy, yummy. It's been a while, so be sure to like, subscribe, and tongue punch the bell for notifications. Doug, that's from Brian Henshin, sports reporter, Indianapolis Star.
Brian Henshin, sports reporter, Indy Star.
And Young, circling back on a conversation from Monday, I'd vote for Mr. Tim for the Jack Adams Award.
No.
Thanks, and hashtag free perk. Some #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin, a.k.a. ASMR Christian Bezadenhout 3.4. Find my whisper page, and I'll hook you up with a couple gently used pimento sandwiches.
Brian Henshin,
No, first come, first serve. Better hurry. They're beginning to thaw.
Oh, gosh. Pimento cheese sandwiches are horrible.
Is that right? Have you had one?
Yes.
I like pimento cheese.
They're a big thing at the Masters. They're very cheap. They're like $1.50 or something.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Just awful cheese spread. Oh.
So you've not been to Augusta?
I've not been to Augusta, but I have had a pimento cheese sandwich when I was a kid, years ago.
Like Adam Wainwright, we are taking invites to Augusta, just for the record.
I would, yeah.
True.
I could tell he was both well hydrated and full of the pungent vitamin K that asparagus provides. I thought to myself, as I suckled upon the end of the catheter I recently pulled out of the side of my wife's father's incontinence brief.
No.
He said he loves wearing them because after manhandling his ham candle, he can just roll over and drizzy that brine into it and go back to watching YouTube videos consisting of a fashion show at the Four Seasons. Featuring the announcer for the St. Louis Athletica.
I remember that.
Stumbling around and helping single moms from Jefferson County off stage. Oh, did he leave a brown morsel to wash it down with? His fecal zest, my freshly waxed chest.
Oh.
Send the pegger out. That's from Doug C. Hill, newsman.
Doug C. Hill, newsman. He's new. It was really Deke Dotem, though, wasn't it?
Oh!
Easy.
I recognize the writing style.
Somewhere in St. Louis, a lonely Cardinal fan cried last night. Victor Scott's triple undoubtedly broke the spirit of some poor B-fib who was really hoping to stand up from his couch and tip his cap to Paul Skeens on the TV. I can picture it now. 55-year-old beefy man parked his T-top Camaro in his one-car garage just off St. Charles Rock Road and collected that day's pile of insulin needles and Diet Dr. Thunder cans strewn about the passenger seat. After a long shift as assistant manager, he devoured a whole platter of deer sausage and Kraft singles while the Redbird bullpen tried to blow another lead. The pungent aroma of Camel cigarettes and Febreze, a.k.a. CBC cologne, lingered in his living room. Sadly, this poor guy was robbed of the opportunity to doff his cap in a self-righteous salute because Skeens gave up 5 runs yesterday. But wait till the Buccos visit Busch Stadium in August because this girthy fellow will be one of a few hundred diehard fans inhaling 3,000 calories worth of helmet nachos in the sweltering heat, eagerly awaiting their chance to give an opposing player a standing ovation as the local 9 flounders in MLB's weakest division. Fall, please, JV golf coach now paging Curtis Hall and Mr. Siders to team up for the Dotem.
JV golf coach.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email. There was one, but it just got deleted right as I was about to read it.
Oh, okay. Well, you can't read it then. Even though it tended towards the vile side, I'm going to go with Doug C. Hill, newsman.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I'm really glad. Doug C. Hill, newsman.
Doug C. Hill.
Congratulations.
Doug. You're all grown up, and you're all grown up.
Well, it wasn't horribly vile, but it tiptoed around the edge.
How about the term ham candle?
Yeah, exactly. BK and Ferrario are coming up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.